natumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kwa uchungu na mateso, kwa vilio na huzuni, tulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani. Hawakushtushwa na risasi au kufungwa gerezani, nia yao ukombozi, kuvunja pingu za ukoloni. Naishi natumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Umoja ni fahari yetu, undugu ndio nguvu. Chuki na ukabila hatutaki hata kamwe. Lazima tuungane, tuijenge nchi yetu, pasiwe hata mmoja anayetenganisha. Naishi natumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kwa uchungu na mateso, kwa vilio na huzuni, tulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani. Hawakushtushwa na risasi au kufungwa gerezani, nia yao ukombozi, kuvunja pingu za ukoloni. Naishi natumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Wajibu wetu ni kuishi kwa upendo, kutoka ziwa mpaka pwani, kaskazini na kusini. Kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda.
Tujivunie sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka, Kenya nchi yenye baraka.
Tumekomboa Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, tumebadili mwendo, tutalinda katiba mpya. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote, mtu mwenye kutenda haki. Na ukipenda Kenya ujitengane na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Hatutaki matata Kenya, wenye nchi kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenye nchi kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye upendo, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenye nchi Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Na nikienda nje sitasahau Kenya, na nitabaki Mkenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenye nchi Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Na tumeapa sote wenye nchi ya Kenya, kutumikia Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenye nchi Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Sitaiacha Kenya nchi yangu,
mimi mwenye Kenya daima. Umoja wetu Kenya tudumishe, mimi mwenye Kenya daima.
sitadanganywa kamwe na porojo,
mimi mwenye Kenya daima. Zenye kuleta chuki kati yetu, mimi mwenye Kenya
wa Kenya.
Mimi mwenye Kenya daima,
wala sitakubali ukabila.
mimi mwenye Kenya daima,
Sitaharibu mali ya wengine.
mimi mwenye Kenya daima,
Na majirani wangu nitalinda.
mimi mwenye Kenya daima.
wenye nchi wenzangu,
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
wenye nchi
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda.
Tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Maisha ni
mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Mwaka wa 60 umefika tangu Kenya iwe huru. Mwaka wa 60 umefika tangu Kenya iwe huru. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, DJ.
Asante, asante. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you again? How are you feeling today? Watu wa Arsenal hamjambo? How are you feeling today? Mko sawa eh? Tunawaombea mema hapo kwa semi-finals. Tunajua mnaweza. Lakini mmetunyamazisha wiki nzima hii. Kwa hivyo ni sawa. Shukrani. Thank you for coming. Tunashukuru sana. The wonderful lady from Sapphire. She's called MC Pam. Akuja tuchangamshe. And then she'll invite her wonderful team. Wanajiita Storms. Watakuja hapo watutumbuize kidogo as we wait for the other delegates to come. MC Pam, ladies and gentlemen. Karibu.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Unajua uzuri wa Nimrod anakaa mahali moja lakini mimi I just walk around. Kierere pilau mbichi. Na kufunza msemo ukienda kule kwenu ambie kierere pilau mbichi. Sasa hiyo ndo niko nayo. Good morning everyone. You know we started with I am happy. If you are here the first day, who remembers the first day what I taught you? Anyone? I am happy. I'm awake. I'm alive. I'm enthusiastic. Are you enthusiastic this morning? Are you happy? You know, this is our last day of the summit. So, tuimalize kwa furaha kama raha ya Mombasa, si ndio? So, I want us to stand a bit. Tujichangamshe kidogo kabla Sapphire Storms hawajaingia. Tuchangamke tu, sister. Alafu utatuombea, si ndio? Aya. Let's stand up. I'll be mixing Swahili and English. So, let's all stand. Leo, I'm interested in the people who are always rebellious. I want the one who is not standing will come and do something with me. All right. So, who is not standing? Who is not standing? I want the one who is not standing. You're joining me. Afro Cinema continues shortly. All right. So I want to teach you another one. Or you want me to remind you the first one? Okay, let's do I am happy. I am awake. I'm alive. I'm enthusiastic. I am happy. I am awake. I'm alive. I'm enthusiastic. And then we sing the song. You remember? You don't remember? All right, I'll remind you. I don't get tired of reminding people. So, 8. I am happy, awake, alive, and enthusiastic. I am happy, awake, alive, and enthusiastic. I am happy, awake, alive. I am happy, awake, alive. I am happy, awake, alive, and enthusiastic. Now I can't hear your voices. I want us to open our vocal boxes and our bodies as well, all right? And then we add on or put on some energy. Are we ready? So, can we sing in 1, 2, 3, let's go. I am happy, awake, alive, and enthusiastic. I am happy, awake, alive, and enthusiastic. I am happy, awake, alive. I am happy, awake, alive. I am happy, awake, alive, and enthusiastic. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you nimelemewa mampole.
If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, touch your head. If you're happy and you know, touch your shoulder. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know, clap your hands.
Let's clap for Honorable Zamzam. Hata amenishinda. I give you back my work. All right, so without wasting much time, let me welcome the Sapphire Storms and remaining standing, Sapphire Storms. Sapphire Storms. Let's clap for Sapphire Storms. This is the team that makes sure we are always laughing, we are energetic in Sapphire. And let's see what they have for us. Tunataka kuchangamsha hii crowd. Sawa? Sawa? Tunawekea gani? Finally, because it's the final summit. The final day of the summit.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, MC Vam.
Almighty Father, we want to thank you this morning, thanking you for the precious chance you have given to each and everybody that has arrived here safely. We want to entrust every event today unto your able hands. Make us realize that it was a very good summit. Going back, let us carry what we have acquired to make our counties more prosperous. I want to place all participants today into your able feet and trusting that we shall finish on a high note. Thanking you for the precious grace that you have endured in our lives. Thank you, God. Everything is entrusted unto you. For in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, I want to pray and believe.
Please be seated. As I invite our Secretary General to come and do a recap for about 10 minutes, may I humbly request those who are sitting on the far right and the far left, if we could occupy the spaces in the middle, it would be wonderful. My cameramen and videographers are complaining that they're getting so many pictures of you, and then behind there's an empty chair, and we'd like to see faces, beautiful faces, so that we can have memorable pictures. Naomba tafadhali. Those who are sitting at the far left, karibuni hapa katikati tafadhali. It'll be good to have group shots so that the videographers and photographers can get good pictures. Thank you. Bwana SG, karibu sana.
Hamjambo tena. As usual, I want to thank you again for the people who make it their business to come to the conference on time, and also to sit and stay in the room. So asanteni sana, because usually in other traditions we have to wait for many people to show up for us to move, and we made a deliberate effort that once our time gets here, we just proceed. I am informed, Bwana MC, that our members wengi wako at the tea area, so I'm saying maybe by the time the panelists come in, once it starts picking up, I think they will have had their tea and come in. So asanteni sana. Of course, even today we'll be having a running tea, which means we are not breaking. If you feel it's important for you to get a small health break, you just go and come back. This is the 2 recap. Yesterday, for the ones who are here, I want to believe that we had a very, very interesting day with very good sessions. All of them ran concurrently, and we thought we'd finish at 1, we finished at 3. And we are still fighting with the moderator at that time because members wanted it to move. Now, if of course all of us came in early, then we don't need to stretch it. So asanteni sana, sana, sana. As I start off, I also want to recognize the team from Conrad. Caroline, thank you. And I saw also Victor from Conrad at the new Stiftung, part of our main sponsors for the conference. Wapigeni makofi. Yeah, the other team from GIZ had their presentation in the opening ceremony, and Kidogo Early Childhood also had their chance in the opening session, as well as CPF. Conrad will be here for the closing. So asanteni sana for making time. Very quickly, I want us to go through the deliberations from yesterday. Session 3 on affordable housing, that was the first one. Urban affordable housing and urban development. What is the role of the county assemblies in transforming housing sector? The session, there was this presentation by the lady by the name Eva Mageto. She's a corporation secretary for Affordable Housing Board. There was a moderator by Engineer Eric Muchunku. The panelists were Mr. Jeremiah Simu, Miss Mercy Okiro, I think from National Construction Authority, Senator Eddie Okech, who was represented by the area senator, as a nominated senator, was here. Johnston Olteitia, also the managing director for Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Corporation, Engineer Brian Buyu, and then of course one of our own speakers, Kevin Kiatisia from Kitui, and Mr. George Orwa from the Kenya Informal Sector Improvement Program. The session had, it was very, very lively. Couple of the issues that came up was, or identified as emerging issues, was on the weak linkages between county assemblies and the housing structures. We were told that they are supposed to be county committees. We were also told they are county governments, I think 30 in number, that they had the county committees, but we are still not very far off into understanding their role. So, and then also another emerging issue was on the limited involvement of county assemblies in project processes as far as legislation is concerned. We also identified the gaps in governance and institutional coordination. Here we were told of unclear roles and weakness in coordination between national government and government agencies. Lack of clear reporting and accountability frameworks. We are told of five-year reports, annual reports, and progress reports. We thought it would be important to be tabling them in the county assemblies. Affordable and financing constraints. We were also informed that the affordable housing collect about 7 billion every month. How it's distributed, and we remember there was also a talk about the levies and the rents and the interest that come from these houses. That's a conversation we need to be told, so that the conversation of the affordable housing happening in your counties needs to have the county assembly also as far as oversight is concerned. The resolutions that came from the same session was on strengthening institutional linkages and oversight. County affordable housing committees, they are required to offer 5-year plans to the assemblies, annual programs, and regular reports to the county assemblies to enhance transparency, accountability, and legislative oversight. Formalization of county assembly involvement. We agreed that that will be a take-home for us, especially as County Assemblies Forum. We'll engage with the Affordable Housing Board to see how we can structure this conversation with the 47 county assemblies. Developing structured land reservation frameworks. There are so many housing processes that are happening all over in the country, yet the issue of where the projects are happening, those areas need also to be checked into. Enhancing intergovernmental coordination, structured coordinating frameworks to be established between county and national governments, as well as county assemblies, to improve and align these roles. So that is as far as enhancing intergovernmental coordination. Again, it's an area we're going to follow up. Integrating housing into county planning frameworks. We were told about CIDPs, and the next round of CIDPs will start from, I think, 2027 or early 2028. So we need also to be cognizant of what needs to happen as far as that long-term planning is all about. Building capacity for stakeholders, that's a continuous process. County assemblies will take their role as far as the county assembly is concerned, and the board also need to find a way of enhancing this to the areas that they're dealing with. The next session on strengthening governance and financial autonomy for county assembly for sustainable development. This was a heavily packed session, and I did give Madam Sheila Masinde my apologies for putting up an 11-strong panel. We had Joseph Mbatha from Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations Department, Senator Moses Kajwang from CPAC Senate, Isaac Nganga, the Deputy Auditor General, Humphrey Watanga being represented by Commissioner Nyanyi from KRA, CPA Roble Nuno from CRA, Charles Diongo, one of our speakers, Speaker Kiambu, Dr. Boniface Erute, Chairperson, Public Investment and Accounts Committee from Busia County, that is also one of our own, and Kevin Mutuku, who is the clerk of Makueni, one of our own. Alexander Ithi, Head of Programs from TISA, also part of the panel. The emerging issues from that very interesting session was on the disconnect between legal framework and practice, persistent delays in funds disbursements, fragmented institutional framework, weak internal governance systems, inadequate development and infrastructure funding, negative public perception, weak intergovernmental coordination and policy legislative gaps. The resolutions that came from that interesting session was the full operationalization of financial autonomy. We want all the county assemblies, starting the next financial year, to have their own autonomy and moving it to start off the process at least from 1st of July. Review and strengthening of the legal framework, legal and regulatory framework, so that the PFM amendments here too and all that. Strengthening accountability mechanisms. This is by way of capacity building for the public accounts and public investment committees of the assemblies. And we also find a way of auditing and tracking the recommendations that are made. Improving of the funding predictability, that is between the county and the national governments. Enhancing intergovernmental coordination, aligning our audit timelines and processes. Rationalizing expenditure and improvement of efficiency. That is also one of the take-homes. And then very finally, the strengthening of CAF and the SOCAT in the governance and the sustainability of devolution. So these were some of the areas that we have captured as a way of a recap. Our technical team that is doing rapporteuring is capturing this so that by end of this session, we'll have a joint communique that will be released when we are finishing the summit today, actually later on today, so that you can go home with knowing what we agreed and the things that we'll be taking charge. After this, then now we'll be getting into the fifth session, which I know is also very important for us. I can see the panel is here because the bulk of our participants are politicians. It's important that we get to understand the readiness of the country as far as the political refereeing, the political space is gearing up towards 2027. So I wish you very fruitful deliberations. Asante sana.
A round of applause again for SG. Thank you so much for that wonderful recap about yesterday's events and the sessions that we had. I think we're ready to begin. Been trying to whip the other delegates who are still outside, and they're telling me they'll be here shortly. But in the interest of time, I would like us to very quickly start our discussion. And I want to introduce a gentleman that we've all seen in our television screens during elections here in the country and also outside the country. And he's done a really, really wonderful job observing elections and giving us the lowdown of what really, really transpired. Si mgeni katika televisheni, tumekuwa naye katika mada nyingi sana. Kwa hivyo namjulisha tu kwa kifupi, he is the National Coordinator for Kenya's Elections Observation Group, which is ELOG, and he's been part of that since 2010. Sitaki niseme mengi, manake najua wasifu wake nyote mnaujua sana. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands for our moderator for this session, Bwana Mule Musau. Karibu sana, karibu sana.
Good morning. Good morning once again. You know, it's never about the people who are outside, it's about the people who are in. Those are the ones who change the nation. Those are the ones who make deliveries. So thank you very much, Nimrod, for that very good introduction. I want to straight on head to the program or the session that we are going to have today. We have what promises to be a very interesting session, final session for the day, which is on towards a fair and inclusive elections, gender responsive planning, preparedness, readiness, risk management in the electoral process. So with me, I have a very, very prominent panel of members who are going to be discussing this with us. And as you know, we are 481 days to the next election, which is basically around 69 weeks until we have an election. And therefore, we must start asking ourselves questions around the preparations for those elections and how we can ensure that they are free and fair, credible, but also inclusive, which is the theme for the discussion that we have today. In my panel, I have Commissioner Anne Deritu from IEBC. So as I introduce them, I'll be asking them to come and join me to the front. So the first person I'm going to call is Commissioner Anne Deritu from IEBC. Anne is an election and governance specialist. Thank you very much for the applause. Karibu kae pandehi. So Anne is, works with the IEBC as a commissioner. She chairs the Elections Operations Technical Committee, and she has previously served for 8 years as a registrar of political parties, the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, leading major institutional reforms that strengthened political party governance. She's an accredited bridge facilitator, a published author. She has contributed to extensive electoral training and international election observation. She holds a doctorate in leadership and corporate governance and is a recipient of the Moran of the Burning Spear MBS, Chief of the Burning Spear CBS Presidential Honors. Again, let's welcome Doctor, because I said Madam, Dr. Anne Deritu. Karibu. Next, I'm going to invite the person who took over from Dr. Anne Deritu at the ORPP, that is Mr. John Cox Lorionokou, to come to the stage. As he comes, let me read his bio, short bio. John is a current registrar and the CEO of the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties in Kenya. He serves as the accounting officer. As a seasoned governance and ethics expert, he brings over a decade of experience in public service, electoral operations, and civic engagement. He's a recognized master trainer and bridge facilitator with a proven record in presiding over general elections, referenda, and boundary delimitation processes. Let me not, for purpose of time, and I know because you can be able to get the rest of the details, let me keep it that short, but he's an accomplished. Again, let's welcome Bwana John Cox. Thank you. Then I'm going to invite Mr. Felix Odhiambo. Mr. Felix Odhiambo works with, who is the executive director of the Electoral Law and Governance Institute of Africa. He has over 20 years experience in governance and democracy and human rights, with expertise in electoral processes, constitutional and electoral law, political parties, and parliamentary development. He has served previously as a country director for ISA Kenya and deputy country director for NDI Kenya, and has advised institutions such as the African Union, Pan-African Parliament, and East African Community. Asante sana, karibu, Bwana Felix. I'm going to invite the Honorable Mickey Achieng. Honorable Mickey Achieng is one of you, an MCA from she's a dynamic and resource-driven leader, currently serving as a nominated member of a county assembly of Kisumu. Sijui unakaa mbali kwa nini? Kuja tu fuata wale wengine tu vile wamekaa. Asante. Yeah, she holds a strategic leadership role as the Deputy Organizing Secretary of the County Assemblies Forum, contributing to coordination and institutional strengthening. And she also serves within the County Assembly of Kisumu as a Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Water, Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change. Karibu sana, Miki. Next, I'm going to invite Mr. Franklin Mukwanja. He's a visionary from the CMD, Center for Multi-Party Democracy. CMD, he has worked with CMD for over 15 years. He's a visionary non-profit organizations leader with over 15 years experience, advanced governance and democracy development, and institutional leadership. As the ED of CMD Kenya, he champions political inclusion, accountability, and sustainable democratic change. And his leadership, CMD Kenya, has strengthened dialogue among political parties, promoted collaborative reforms, and enhanced citizen participation in governance. You all know about the People Dialogue Forums, which he has been held annually for the last, I think, few years. He's the man behind it. Let me also take the opportunity to invite in the panel Honorable Justice Jairus Nga. Jairus Nga is a judge of the High Court of Kenya. He was appointed to this office in 2012. And since his appointment has worked at the High Court stations of Murang'a, Nyeri, where he was a presiding officer between 2012 and 2020. He has also been presiding judge in the Judicial Review Division in Nairobi. And currently, he is a presiding judge at the High Court in Mombasa. And Justice does not just come to represent himself at this forum. He is also representing the Chief Justice of Kenya, Martha Koome, who could not be able to attend this particular forum because she was out of the country. Karibu sana, Judge. Tumkaribishe, Judge. And then I'm going to invite then Honorable Judy Kenga, who is a member of County Assembly, resident of Puma Ward in Kinango, Sub-County, Kwale County, and a nominated member of the Kwale County Assembly, representing women. She's deeply passionate about youth and women empowerment, a commitment that has inspired her to initiate programs focused on education, health, climate, leadership, and inclusivity. She has been at the forefront of legislative efforts, notably spearheading the development of Kwale Sexual and Gender-Based Violence Protection Act in 2023. Karibu sana, Judy. I don't know whether I have Honorable Chris Mark in the house. Wanna check, is he around? Okay. We were going to have Chris Mark here, the CEO of the Kenya Young Members of County Assembly, but he's not available. So I think I have my team then to kick us off in this particular session. We're going to have a presentation, a short presentation from the Commissioner, Dr. Anne Nderitu, to set the stage. As you know, IBC is the one which is will be hearing from us in terms of what they are planning, what they have done already, and based on that, now we'll be able to have our conversation moving forward. So join me in welcoming Dr. Anne Nderitu to the stage to make a presentation.
Thank you so much, the moderator, and all the panelists, my fellow panelists, and all the participants in this conference are led by the chair and the deputy chairperson of CAV, who are my longtime friends and are working in this sector. My name is Anne Nderitu, as you have been saying. I know we don't have enough time, so I'll go directly to the topic of the day. Today, we are talking about women participation. The first thing that we must note is that women form more than half of the population of this country. And politics and elections is about representation. Therefore, in a natural perspective, it is expected that the numbers that represent groups should be directly equal to the population. But that is not the case in terms of the elections participation and numbers of representation in Kenya. And I want us to briefly walk, and I know the person who have a few slides there can display the number as they are. Go to page 5 because of time. from page 6, where the numbers are. We just assess the number first, then nini imefanyika? Okay. Yeah, the Electoral Commission has done. As they display, in the 2022, if we start from the 2022 general election, we are going to find we had a register of 22.1 million Kenyans. The male and the female were 10.8 in the register of voters. And the youth were 8.8, which was around 40%. And then we had the persons with disability with 51.6 as the representation in the register. But when we come to the electoral participation, we found that we had 16,100 candidates, but we only had 1,998 candidates who are female. In the previous election, we had, in 2017, we had around 13,171 candidates, but the women candidates were only 8.1% of all the candidates that were presented. One factor that comes through is that the more we increase the numbers of the participation of women, the more slightly we are increasing the numbers. So one fact is a fact that if women has to be properly represented, we really have to push the numbers through in terms of increasing the participation of women in the ballot paper. In 2022 general election, there was a case which was Katiba versus IBC, and in that case, the IBC were ordered to ensure the list of candidates that was to go to the ballot paper had at least 1/3 of it to have women. Unfortunately, in the midst of implementing that, some of the political parties went to court and the same was stopped. However, that showed the increase of some numbers as far as the ballot paper is concerned, where we rose from 9.1 to 12.1 in terms of representation in the ballot paper. Over the years, you can see that if you go to just the single member constituency, you are going to see in 2013 we had around 17 people, women. Then we came to 23 in 2017, and in 2022 we had 29 members of parliament who were elected in the single member constituency. For governors, we also grew from 0 to 3, then to 7. Now we are looking at around 20, we are going towards 2027. We expect, if you have to make any significant increase in representation, that we must go beyond the 1,998 we had to have many more women participating in the ballot paper. And this is the time that any person working in gender and with women movement to try to start and mobilize as many women to participate in election as it is practically possible. Because if we don't have if we don't have enough women in the ballot paper, then it means that the numbers that have been elected will shrink. Because it's scientifically proven, the more numbers you put in the ballot paper, the more likely that you shall have more women elected in the ballot paper, in the final analysis after election. So, as we have this conference today, the first thing we must look is to look at the barriers what are the barriers that affect women participation in the ballot paper? Why can't the women come to the ballot paper and be sustained there and the numbers increased? As we also look at what IBC and other players are going to do or have already done, then we must ask ourselves the strategic questions. What is it that we shall do to ensure that women are able to overcome the barriers that are there that prevent them from participation? As IBC, we are very clear that elections is for all people. And every person who is supposed to be in the election must be included. The first thing we are doing currently, and as you are all aware, is voter registration. Because a good election starts with a credible voter register. And this is the time when we are doing enhanced voter registration that we expect that women should be mobilized also to register as voters. As we mobilize the young people, we also must specifically mobilize also the young women and women in general to ensure that we have many of these women in the register. If you look at the register of 2022, as I've said, it shows that women are slightly lower in the register as compared to men. However, if you look at the national traits of the population, women are more. Then you look at the voting pattern. Even in by-elections, we are going to find more women coming out to vote as compared to any other population. So therefore, when we are talking about women participation, they must participate everywhere in the voter register. Then we build the register to ensure that it is inclusive to be able to support women candidates and women participation in election. First, we note that there are inequalities when it comes to participation of women. The first thing I note is the information flow. That majority of the time, you are going to find the information about election does not reach to women as it should reach in a natural circumstances. One, it is determined on what women wake up to do every morning. Do they have the time to listen to radios? Do they have the time to go to social media? Do they have the time to watch television? Do they have the time? That is where the inequalities start. That information flow may not be as regular as it is possible. When I look at IBC currently, and I see the people who are coming to seek for information, there are more men than women. It means then, towards the election, there's a possibility that we shall have many women who really will show up the last minute to want to participate in elections, and yet they are not prepared as far as information is concerned. So the first question we must deal with, the challenge, is the issue of information flow. There is need to conduct a need assessment, of course, to identify the gaps and challenges that impede that. IBC is already doing that, to evaluate the last election with a gender lens and to see what is it that was not facilitated that need to be facilitated. The second challenge, of course, is the question of funding, whether women have enough funds to be able to sustain the operations of an election as a candidate and as a person supporting other in terms of candidature. We note that majority of the time, women seek resources from their spouses, and they must have the support of the family, because it is already a known fact that resources, and including land ownership, we have very limited ownership, less than 3% of land ownership to women and properties and all that. How do we then, as a country, be deliberate about women and election and in terms of access to resources? Those who are supporting the civil society, how much can they go? And even the donor community in terms of support of women and their participation. We also note the question of gender affirmative action and quotas. The abuse of it in quote, the abuse of it. Most of the time when campaigns are being done, you will hear people say, women already have their quota. And they say, for example, in the county assemblies, you already have been allocated seats on top, gender top-up. And for that reason, therefore, because of gender top-up, you have your seat. You also have the women rep seat. Then you get contented with that. Yet, we know for sure the reason we did the affirmative action was a stopgap measure, so that we build women to be able to participate competitively within the electoral space, so that we also reduce the top-ups, and then the women are elected directly. I think one of that is that we must also, all of us, discuss how is it that we can put as many women, we reduce the issue of gender top-up by increasing the number of elected women. While I say that, I want to note that the issue of affirmative action must continue to the extent that we are not able to elect women on the ballot papers. So the debate about the affirmative action should continue to the extent that we are not able to elect women in the ballot paper. So, in a nutshell, when I talk about challenges, I was to bring the issue of social media and gender-based electoral violence, which really have affected women participation over time. Anytime a woman comes out to participate, the first thing he gets conscious about is the attacks that he's going to get as a person, as a family member, as a person and everything, both physically and also in the social media. How do we overcome then the element of women harassment, gender-based electoral violence that target only women, both in social media and everywhere? For example, if I study and I want to be an elected candidate and a man study here, it will likely be known, my marital status will be known more than that of a man. And the question will be asked, the first question I will be asked is whether I'm married or not man. It will be an afterthought, whether he's going to be asked whether he's married or not. So those societal and cultural discrimination that affect women, and then attack them even in the social media and everywhere, then they are the issues that we should deal with this electoral cycle. In this element that we have seen people organizing political goons, allowed elections, then it's the high time we deal with goonism, the issue of violence in election, the issue of anywhere that a woman goes that is free and feel free to be able to participate in election without feeling that he need people allowed her to protect her, because the state and also the machinery of security are supposed to support every candidate during campaign. I think one of the issues that we must discuss in this conference and in this panel is the issue of election violence and issues that affect women, including cyberbullying that is there in election, and especially in social media. How do we prevent that as we go along so that we promote a fair playing field? And that is what we are gearing to do as IBC, to see how much we do that. Then the question of legal reforms that affect some of the areas that affect women, we need to look at that. We need to do a proper stakeholder engagement to ensure that there are proper training and sustained institutional support for women participating in election. The question of political parties. And this one I'm talking to the women, especially the one who want to participate in the next general election. Well, everything is going on. It is important for women also to realize that political party is an important tool of participation, that a woman must identify the political party by which you want to participate through, so that by joining a political party, you start creating your presence and showing which political party that you want to run with. But you also must realize, and I will say this without a shadow of doubt, that politics is local. You have to look along the political parties that are really supporting your aspiration and also the area you want to start. I think the other question is how much the political parties then will support the women candidates. That they must put this time the 1/3 of all candidates to come as women from the various political parties. That ruling of Katiba Institute was only given a stay. I do not think it was stopped. It was not stopped. And we expect that this particular time round, we shall implement and ensure that 1/3 of all candidates are women as presented by political parties. And we expect that this 1/3 does not be negated to the areas that political party is not popular. We wish in this conference to discuss how do we have this that become meaningful, so that if party X is popular in Mombasa, it will give all men in Mombasa, but because it's not popular in Kilifi, it will give candidates that are women in Kilifi where they are not likely to win. How do we balance that and ensure, of course, through the Office of Registrar of Political Parties also, that the party list the political parties are giving candidate lists that are representative to where women also can get elected. The question of interagency approach and collaboration. IBC cannot do it alone to protect women and make women participate in election. We must work, all of us, together to ensure that every person is involved and we are all working together towards that. What we intend to do, 3 things. 1, IBC intend to create a situation room as early as 1 year to election. The situation room should include to see how far are all group represented, inclusivity of election. Do we have persons with disability participating? And what are the challenges so that we are able to approach and address them in a multi-agency approach? 2, we intend to ensure that during this election, as we progress, we are going to have the Women Coordination Committee. It was there in 2017, a bit in 2022, but we want to strengthen a coordination committee that deals with women issues as far as participation is concerned, made from civil society and ourselves and representatives. We see which are the barriers that IBC can be able to overcome during this particular time. And the coordination committee will be able to report both to the public and also internally. It was there. We want to revive it so that women issues are addressed specifically in terms of ensuring that they are addressed in time. I also think that the issue of passing of information is very important. As I've said, I've seen women coming too late in the day. We need to reorganize ourselves and ensure that women come in time to get the information and prepare for election. We intend in the next few weeks to launch the elections operation plan. It is the high time, in the month of May, we are going to launch the elections operation plan. As we launch, there are timelines that are definite in that operation plan. How do women plug in to ensure that they have followed the operation plan and plugged in and prepared for election? Because part of it is that if you get late in realizing the timelines, there's nothing IBC can do. For example, if you pass the time when you are supposed to be in a political party and then you come, and I saw that in 2022, that some women will come when the deadline of a particular activity has passed, and it becomes an uphill task to try to help. So the issue is that we should also take responsibility, those women who are vying in election, to ensure that they are very intentional about following the operational timelines and ensuring that those operational timelines are implemented in time. and think the issue of violence, IBC will work with other stakeholders and all the security agencies to ensure that there's responsiveness in terms of ensuring that the environment is safe for every woman, for every candidate, and for every person who wants to participate. But allow me, as I finish, to really talk about also the issue of young women. Because there's one thing to be a woman, there's another thing to be a young woman, and also another thing to be a woman with disability. We must look, when we are looking at inclusivity, we must look at all those structures of women participation so that we don't leave the young women behind, we don't leave the women with disability behind. We must also bring all of us, ourselves, all of us, inside so that we are able to ensure that everybody is included. I know that sometimes there have been intergenerational tensions between the older women and the younger women. I think this is the time to have those conversations because we cannot approach elections when we are divided, generationally speaking. We must continue to have intergenerational conversation where the older women who have been there in politics come on board and mentor the younger women, and the younger women has an obligation also to give the new knowledge they have to the older women so that we have this intergenerational conversation. Because as we go along, it can be seen a bit slightly that that conversation is needed. We don't want to have segregated groups that we think we belong here and this other one belong here. There's also the divide between the rural and the urban woman, which should also be addressed. What is the knowledge gap and how do we close the knowledge gap between the rural and the urban woman? There are some that are very far and there are some that are very near in terms of participation. How do we close the gap with voter information and we ensure that all information that we are required to get is put out there? What is the role of civil society as we speak here in terms of passing the information and ensuring that every woman in this country and every man is well sized to the conversation as we go to the next election? Finally, to men, I think there's no success in inclusivity of women in the electoral process without the participation of the male gender. That men have a role to play. Majority of the time, you know, when we talk about society, we actually mean men above the age of 35. The society that we say that the society is not allowing are those men because they hold most of the position of power. So my conversation as I finish is that we really need to have a conversation with the male gender also to embrace women participation. Because when we talk about women, we are actually talking about your mother. We are talking about your daughter. We are talking about your sister. Even before we talk your wife. Because majority of the time when men talk up, say these women, they actually mean their wives. Those are the ones that are seen as these women. But we are all women, and we are all your sisters, we are your daughters, we are your mothers, we are everything. So the male gender also have a role to play in terms of allowing this conversation happen and giving the space that is required so that as we speak, we are able to really look at the issues that affect participation of women. And one of it is actually giving that space and the grace. A woman may not be as available as a man, but because she has many responsibility, and we know that. But when you have the information that can help that woman to participate better, then you are, as a man, you can do that. And I know for sure in this forum, read by the chair here, who is a he for she, we have a conversation that we can read, that we can do complementary leadership. It's not competition, it's about complementary leadership. There's what men can offer, there's what women can offer, and we join together, we do complementary leadership, and we make our country great again. I wish to stop there.
Thank you very much. That was the commissioner herself, very passionate about matters to do with elections and electoral preparedness. Now, in the last statement, as they take out this part, before we start the conversation, Dr. has just reminded me, I don't know how many of you watch the advertisement, the Gillette, Wembe, Kunyoa, the razor. You watch very closely, that advertisement always uses women. And yet it is men who use the product. So when the commission is talking about the role of men in matters to do with gender issues and ensuring that women participate, is they're doing it the Gillette way, of saying what is the role of the men when it comes to the question of how women can be able to effectively participate in political processes. So she's asking the same question. As I said before, we have a very interesting panel. I have three sets of panelists. We have governmental agencies, we have non-state actors, and we also have two practitioners, active practitioners in the politics of the day. So this is how I'm going to structure my question, because I need them to react to the presentation that the commissioner has made, and she has highlighted quite a number of issues which appear as challenges, and she has also given some way forward in terms of recommendations. The questions about information flow, the question about abuse of the gender affirmative action, political parties, patriarchy, legal reforms, GBEV, sport violence, all those issues. So what are the governmental actors first? That is, I'll be asking the registrar of political parties and Justice Nga to be the first responders to first corroborate or highlight some other issues which may be creating the problem that we do have particularly today. So starting with John Cox, the registrar, apart from your quick and fast reactions to the presentation by the commissioner, what mechanisms? So I'll add some extra questions. The first is to react to the commissioner, and then secondly, you can answer also this particular question on the mechanisms that are proven effective in ensuring political parties achieve equitable representation of women, youth, and marginalized groups during candidate selection. So first reaction to the commissioner, and then you can be able to get to that question. We'll get to the other question afterwards.
Thank you, Mule. As said, my name is John Cox Lorinoko, the Registrar of Political Parties. Thank you, Commissioner, for that very passionate presentation on women, and you were always very passionate. I think I would want to say this conversation about inclusion is one that is a persistent wound of society, I would say. I had an opportunity of attending the CSW for this year and listened to countries across the globe. Each one has different versions of, inclusion of women and youth and all that. And I think for me, I think there are fundamental questions that we need to ask ourselves, Commissioner. One of them is what you did mention. I do not think that it's a lack of legislation. I do not think that it's a lack of the laws to tell us what to do, because we have enough laws to guide. And we created ourselves a constitution that says, not more than 1/3 of one gender should be in any level, but we keep doing against it the whole time. So there is a deeper question: what is the problem? I think those are questions that probably we need to ask ourselves. Where does the relationship she talked about of my daughters and my mother disappear when it gets to leadership? Where does that relationship go when it comes to giving women that opportunity to lead? Does it disappear? Do we feel they are no longer now representing us? Where does the love go to? So for me, I think we may need to revisit our perspective, and I think probably, Commissioner, what you mentioned about what is the conversation with the men. Because when you hear this conversation being talked about, you say, women are not included, this is not, but who is not doing it? Is it the men? Is it Is it all of us? And so how do we address them, this conversion? Because I think that's where we need to start, so that if it is the men, then what is it that gets lost along the way? One of the striking presentations I had was one from Hungary. And in their dealing with the issues of inclusion of women, what they have done is that they have evolved that process to the family level, so that the issues of sharing the responsibility begins at the family. Children begin to understand that their sisters, their competitors, their mothers need to be helped in terms of this. So people grow up with the value of seeing each other as people of the same. I think part of things you may think about is where do we start, so that then we can grow this thing. To your question then, what is it that we can do to be able to help is, close the gap between where we are in the political parties. And it's not an easy task. I think the political parties office has, for a long time tried to make the parties compliant. I can say here that the political parties are very compliant in terms of inclusion. Whether you talk about the founding members, you talk about the organs within the political parties, they are all compliant to the two-thirds gender rule. But the question is, what is the impact of that inclusion? What is the value of that inclusion? I think that is where we need to move to, so that then we do not have inclusion on paper that does not translate to an outcome that can make a difference. Because what we are looking for is an inclusion that brings an outcome that is visible, that we can now see women are actively involved and they participate in the shaping of democracy of this country. So as political parties, that part is done. The part that we are now working on, how do we then ensure that parties give us a meaningful inclusion of women and even youth, people who can then be able to start make a difference. And part of that is we are trying to now go into parties, try to facilitate those women that are already involved in the parties, those already in the different levels, and see how we can bring them up so that they are able to take the higher levels of ability within those parties. Of course, there's a difference between when you are a member of a party, now when you want to become a leader, start shaking different circles. And those are the issues that we want the parties to appreciate, that this is a time that all of us have to be inclusive in that. Now, I think one of the things that probably we need to look into is it possible that we can move a step further to what I think the commissioner spoke to in terms of having a way of allocation of some safe seats for women in nomination to candidates at different levels. Such that if a party, for example, has a certain number of candidates for MCA across the country, a certain number of seats of those candidates is preserved for the women, especially in areas where that party is strong, so that then they have a rider in terms of getting it easy to get into those positions. And I think the question we also need to ask ourselves, part of our disobedience to this two-thirds gender rule is costing us more. So we have to do the gender proper, which costs us more than we would have if we had actually complied to what the law tells us to do. So there are quite a lot of questions that need to be asked, but that's one of the things we need to know. But of course, I also want to let us know that political parties are independent institutions, and as an office of the registered political parties, we also would not want to micromanage political parties to the extent that they do not have leverage of functioning as institutions. Part of our responsibility is to institutionalize political parties such that they become organs of democracy, which is what this country needs. I keep saying that we cannot expect political parties that are not democratic to give us leaders that are democratic. It can't function that way. If our political parties are not democratic, then we cannot have leaders who are democratic, because each of those leaders we talk about, the president, the MPs, the MCs, all of them are products of political parties. So unless that has grown from there, then we cannot expect to have something different. Like I've been telling the youth and the women, by the time we get to the ballot, By the time we come to choose who becomes the MP, who becomes the president, who becomes the MCA, the choices have already been made. You actually have no choice. Basically, you are just electing from those who have already been chosen. Who have chosen them? The political parties. I mean, when we come to election, you come to decide between candidates who have been presented by political parties as candidates for election. So, I think political education to the public and to the different groups is very key. So we need to understand at what point do these choices begin? Where do I begin to actually make a decision of who becomes my leader, who becomes my MP, who becomes my MCA? And the bottom line is, if you do not start at the political party level, then you are making choices that have already been made for you. You really have not much to decide. Whether you decide to vote for them or not to vote for them, the choices have already been made. So we need to take that to the public. That's why for me, I think political education is very key to the public and to the members of the political parties, including the honorable members seated here. One of the things I've learned today is the short time I've been in office. Some of these members of county assemblies and members of parliament do not even understand their own political parties, which is a big problem. Because if you, as an elected member, do not understand how your political party functions, how do you expect the other members who are not even in the party to understand that? So we have a task. You know, how does your party facilitate the process of democracy? Do you yourself feel that it is doing what it should? If not, then what are you doing as a member of that political party? So I think the conversation of political education is key, both to the public and to even the members, the honorable members of the different houses and the different political parties. Now, maybe the last before I hand over.
And before you do that, just add the question of the issue of any concrete plans, any concrete steps which you can take from your office in terms of addressing the hygiene of political parties. Because it's one thing to say, well, these people who behave like this, there is a question of patronage and all those kind of things. But is there any concrete steps that can be taken in your office to ensure that there's a kind of instruments which arrest political bad behavior?
Yeah, I think I did mention that, but maybe I should go back to this and say, when in the onset, when we register political parties, part of the requirement is the compliance to the two-thirds gender rule. You cannot register a political party if that list of members you have got is not compliant to the two-thirds gender rule. That's number one. Number two, when you get registered as a political party, that becomes a continuous compliance tool for you to be able to abide by. The third is that when we come to the allocation of political parties fund, if a party falls short of the representation of the two-thirds gender rule, and all the SIGs in their membership in the organs, we actually hold their political parties allocation fund until they are compliant. So to that extent, that is there. But I think what I'm trying to speak to is that is internal to the party. But what has not then been done is translating that to an outcome from the parties now to the public in terms of how do we shape the overall democracy. That's what I'm saying. We probably need to move further into allowing or giving the parties a way of, in the nomination processes, can they allocate specific seats? Again, this is something that is not there now. Allocate specific seats to women so that then they're able to ride on that, be able to get to the next level.
We'll continue that conversation. Let me move to Honorable Justice Jairus. First, your reactions, whether some of the challenges which were highlighted by the commissioner are also apparent as far as the judiciary is concerned. Remember the entire question of election dispute resolution and quite a number of issues which emerged from that. I'm sure Mheshimiwa Miki will discuss some of those issues in terms of the nomination processes and some of the challenges that they have in terms of the petition process. So, as you answer that, also from your perspective or the judiciary's perspective, what are the most common challenges encountered in the adjudication of those electoral disputes to a timely, fair, credible outcome? So take those together. It's on, I think. Just speak to it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mule, and thank you, Commissioner Nderitu, for that very informative presentation. reaction to the presentation. First, the terms of reference for the courts or for the judiciary as institution, as far as elections are concerned, are quite clear. Ours is to interpret the law and apply it. Now, as far as the question of inclusivity is concerned, we'll focus much attention on Article 27 of the Constitution, which drives this agenda. It is a constitution. It is the provision in the Constitution that deals with equality and non-discrimination. So when we look at inclusivity, I think it is good to start from the bottom. Commissioner Nderitu has talked about political parties and how much they support this agenda. When you are addressing that question, we need to look at the constitutions and manifestos of these political parties. How do they align with Article 27 of the Constitution? And I think that's one of the questions the office of the political parties should be asking whenever these parties are seeking registration. How compliant are they with Article 27 of the Constitution in terms of gender representation? Because in my view, if we dealt with the problem at that level, then everything else will fall into place. As long as parties comply with Article 27 of the Constitution, then we shall have gone miles in representation. I also agree that much as we fight for equality for women, it is important that also women themselves stick out their necks and seek these elective positions. Because you can only be elected once you step out for election. If you don't, then I doubt any one of us will come out to say, please come out so that we can meet this gender rule in Article 27 of the Constitution. Now, coming back to the specific questions that you have asked me, I must start by saying that the Chief Justice took the invitation to come to this meeting so seriously that she even prepared a speech. But I'm not going to read the speech in this panel. What I'll do is that I refer to the speech as much as it is relevant to the questions that you have asked. Now, the electoral disputes at the county level present what I can say is a distinct and complex reality than those at the national level. The reason being that they are closer to the people and they have more impact and frequently more intense in their social and political dimensions. So from the judiciary's perspective, these disputes present quite a number of challenges. There are many. I'll only sample out a few, but that does not mean that the list is exhaustive. The first is the strict constitutional timelines that the courts have to comply with, because Article 87 of the Constitution, and of course several legislations and regulations to do with the elections, require timely determination of election disputes. That's very clear. We know that within 6 months of the gazettement of those who have been elected, if there are any election petitions with regard to those elections, they should have been cleared. Now, these strict lines are intended to ensure, of course, certainty and stability in governance. But equally, they restrict the depth of inquiry into those disputes because we are running to catch up with time. At the county level, these disputes may involve, for example, multiple polling stations and witnesses to be heard. Hence, this challenge is particularly pronounced. The timelines are put significant pressure on courts to process large volumes of evidence and submissions within limited periods. Now, to address this challenge, the judiciary continuously to refine its case management and approaches so as to ensure both efficiency and fairness. We have also standardized procedures and guidelines to promote consistency across courts, in addition to digitizing case management systems to improve efficiency in handling of evidence and filings of these petitions. That's number one. Number two, we have the issue to do with evidentiary and procedural complexity. By this I mean there are many electoral disputes that turn on highly technical evidence, polling station records, different forms like Form 35, 36, transmission of data, and rules of compliance of electoral procedures. So modern electoral processes also generate extensive documentation, including both physical and electronic data. Courts are required to create carefully and interrogate not only the evidence, but also issues relating to the integrity, authenticity, and reliability of such evidence, despite how voluminous and complex it is. At the county level, the challenge is often compounded by inconsistent record keeping or logistical constraints. Our own Supreme Court has stated quite in categorical terms that the disputes, electoral disputes, must be resolved on the basis of cogent and consistent evidence. Therefore, the courts must carefully interrogate both quantitative and qualitative irregularities to reach a finding whether the irregularities reach the required standard to declare an election null or not. So there is need for continuous training, not only of judicial officers in this regard, but also of the duty bearers within the electoral system. This will ensure that they comply with all the rules, both pre and post elections, to ensure that proper records are kept. The judiciary, through the Kenya Judiciary Academy, is doing its part by continuously training gazetted judicial officers and judges to help them appreciate the nature of the election disputes and determine them competently. The third challenge is, as Commissioner Nderito said, politics is localized. So there is also localized political pressure. County level elections are highly competitive, closely contested, and deeply rooted in local dynamics. There are certain environments where political parties, local leaders, and communities are deeply invested. And this creates heightened tension at times attempts to directly or indirectly influence the judicial process. Judicial officers therefore operate within heightened political public scrutiny and at times considerable pressure. As you might have experienced In the past, some face even threats to their personal security. So in these circumstances, there is need for stakeholder support in enhancing security of judicial officers during and immediately after handling highly contested matters. There is also need to raise awareness among electoral candidates, political parties, and the general public so as to contain such threats and political pressure. Enhanced coordination with stakeholders is key while maintaining judicial independence. The fourth challenge that I've sampled out in answer to the question I've been asked is the capacity and the logistical constraints. Election periods often result in a surge of petitions across multiple jurisdictions simultaneously, especially at the county level. So this places considerable strain on judicial resources, including personnel and infrastructure. For some of the courts, especially in remote counties, constraints in infrastructure, technological tools, and sufficient specialized election law training are more pronounced. The judiciary on its part continues to address this through strategic deployment of officers, strengthening of registries, and the progressive adoption of technology to support case management. However, there is increased need for support in terms of increased funding for the judiciary to expand its infrastructure and train its officers sufficiently. There is also need for stakeholders to help resolve disputes by alternative means using other legally established fora. These include, of course, the political parties themselves in their internal dispute resolution mechanisms, the political parties, a disputes tribunal, and of course the IABC, which has the mandate to resolve disputes relating to party nominations. The fifth challenge is the public misunderstanding of the judiciary role. There is some gap between public expectation and the legal standards applied by the courts. Decisions based strictly on evidence and the law are misinterpreted as technical or detached from perceived, in quotes, popular will. It is worth remembering that electoral justice is and must be anchored in constitutional and legal principles rather than political considerations. The judiciary is committed to delivering timely decisions that meet the constitutional standards and to continuously raise awareness of its role to the public. So the stakeholders in this forum can help in educating the public of this role as they do their own. Last but not least is a lack of inclusivity and gender responsiveness in electoral processes. Electoral disputes increasingly raise questions relating to representation, equality, and the participation of marginalized groups. The judiciary remains committed to implementing constitutional standards on the 2/3 gender rule and inclusion of marginalized and vulnerable groups. In doing so, the officers have been trained to be responsive to these considerations. So with that, these are some of the challenges that we face, and I've attempted also to give the resolutions or the solutions that we are giving to these challenges as we face them from time to time during the electioneering period. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Justice Nga. Well, give you a round of applause, a hearty one, now that you are offering it. Thank you. So let's move to the practitioners before I come to the, lastly, I'll finish with the non-state actors because I wanted to also critique the entire process since they're also sitting on the other side. I'll start with Mheshimiwa Judy Kenga, the member of County Assembly, Kwale County Assembly. From your experience, now mmemsikiza pia the commissioner in terms of some of the issues they were able to raise. What challenges do women candidates face during the election period? What measures do you think should be put in place to protect and support them in competing fairly and safely. Karibu.
Asante sana. Allow me to use both languages. Mimi ni mpwani, so takuwa vyema pia nikitumia Kiswahili. Tutukuze Kiswahili. Sawa, asante sana. First, I would like to appreciate the good presentation done by our commissioner. She has literally highlighted almost all the challenges that women go through during the campaign period and the election period. But to start with, I'll talk about lack of finances. If you have no money, you have no campaign. You cannot do branding. And you know, the African or Kenyan politics is man-oriented. So everywhere you go, by the time you finish talking to people, lazima kuna mtu hapo nyuma anangoja bahasha. True or false? So if you do not have money, utaenda mkutano ya kwanza, by the time you reach the third meeting, you have no people to talk to. Because people call each other, wanaambiana huyo hana kitu, so hata msipoteze muda wenu kukaa kuja kumsikiza. And when I also talk about lack of financial muscle, if you compare female candidates and male candidates, ukweli ni kuwa wanaume huwa wamejipanga sana. They will even come together, fundraise for one another to support their fellow male candidates. But they will never, rarely will you find male champions fighting for women during campaigns. What they will do, they will literally shelve them. Watawekea visukusuku to make sure that hata kama wameka harambe ili wafanye mchango wa kujisaidia, hiyo harambe haitaifanyika. So that really demoralizes women, inawafanya wanajiona duni when it comes to the campaign period. Something else, I'll talk about cultural or religious beliefs. I'm happy to report that Kwale was the first county in the Coast region kupiga hiyo vita ya kudunisha mwanamke ama kumweka chini ya kuwa haezi kuongoza, and we elected the first female Muslim governor in Kenya, that is Honorable Fatuma Achani. But I can tell you it was not an easy walk. I was the PA to the deputy governor by then, who is now the governor, and it was a tough journey, because you can imagine even religious leaders standing on pulpits and saying that mwanamke hastahili kuongoza. So they have misinterpreted the holy books to fit into their needs, so that a woman is undermined, so that a woman is not given a chance to lead in society. So I think it's time that as community, as people, we come out very strongly and say no to such utterances, because true, women are good leaders, na panapoongoza mwanamke huwa kuna mwanga mkubwa sana. Something else is TFGBV. Ikifika wakati wa siasa, the people who go through a lot of technological facilitated gender-based violence are women. Na sio kila mwanamke ana kifua cha kukabili ama cha kuhimili such trolling. I remember in Kwale, the governor is married. She has a husband. And you can imagine someone putting the photos of her kids on social media asking who is the father of these kids. Not everyone can stand that. Sio kila mwanamke ana nguvu ya kuhimili hiyo. Wengine ataangalia vile kunaenda, aseme mimi siezani, ata step down. As it is right now, if you look at the amount of violence that is going online, kama president mwenyewe anaweza valishwa rinda, president anaweza valishwa rinda, then mimi Judy mwenye nakuja kuvai na sina hiyo muscle, do you think I will manage? It is not easy. Unless one has the muscles, and unless you have a lot of support from your family, especially your spouse if you're married. But if the family is not supporting you, or maybe the people surrounding you are not in support of you, they will be the first people to fight you. They will be the first people to troll you. A very good example. Sahi hata viongozi wale ambao wanaongoza wakitaka kutrollewa, wanavalishwa nini? Wanavalishwa kama wanawake. So what are we saying? That women are weaker. How would you dress the president in a woman's dressing? Just because you want to demean her. How would you dress a male leader kama amevalishwa rinda ama amesongwa? It's because we are really looking down upon women. Tunawadhalalisha wanawake, tumewafanya kama vyombo vya kucheka. Tumewafanya kama vyombo vya kudhalalisha katika jamii. So that way, kuna mwingine atakuwa na hiyo kifua ya kusema hii ni kitu ya kawaida tu. But most of them, they will not have that power to carry that bile ambayo inaendelea mitandaoni. So zile sheria ambazo zimewekwa, kwa mfano the Computer Misuse and Cyberbullying Crime Act ambayo ilipitishwa 2024 ikaanza kufanya kazi 2025, zisiwe ni sheria ambazo zinapitishwa tu za kuandikwa na kupitisha, lakini ziwe ni sheria ambazo zinafanya kazi, that if someone is caught doing such a thing, achukuliwe hatua zinazostahili ili kuonyesha kuwa truly hizi sheria tunapitisha zinafanya kazi. Lakini kama itakuwa ni sheria zenye zinapitishwa lakini kesho yake watu wako mitandaoni kudhalalisha wanawake ama kudhalalisha viongozi, then itakuwa haina maana yote kupitisha hizi sheria. Challenge nyingine ambao wanawake wanapitia ni lack of support from actors, different actors, governmental actors, non-governmental actors. Right now, we are in, funny enough, Kenya is in campaign mode. Tukimaliza kupiga kura tukiapisha tayari tushaanza campaign. Right now we are in campaign mode, serious campaign mode. Hata tujafika 2027. But so many NGOs or the institutions that are there are waiting until June 2027. That's now they come to say we are supporting you. Na hiyo wakati wanawake wengi wamejitoa katika race because hawana hata information, hawana tele support wanataka, because when it comes to campaigns you need so many things. At times you only need psychosocial support. At times you only need psychological support. You need someone to tell you, go this way, fanya hivi, you will manage, but you don't find those people. But when elections are done, everyone is ticking boxes to say, I supported a woman candidate in Mombasa, I supported a woman candidate, but there is no tangible result that they were supported. So if NGOs are there to support, I want to applaud CMD, because I've benefited from CMD several times. They are really doing a lot of work in supporting women in leadership. Kenya Young Members of County Assemblies Association, who the CEO is Honorable Chris Mark, they are doing a lot of work to make sure that women leaders are on the forefront, kuenda for elective positions, taking them through trainings, kuwaonyesha tu how to maneuver in politics. So if the political parties are there, zisiwe tu ni chama zenye ziko pale kukupatia tikiti alafu zikuachilie. Let them walk that journey with you. Those political parties that are there ziwasaidie. And you see the reason why watu wengine wanaanza anaenda anataka kutafuta tiketi na chama hiki, then anatoka, it's because ameweya anaona hiki chama hakitanisaidia, wacha nitoke tu mimi kama Judy. So I think if there are political parties that are there to support these candidates, let the political parties work with these candidates from the beginning of the journey to the end of the journey, and even after the journey. Because most of the times we look at after elections, tukipiga kura tukiapisha tumemaliza. But do you go back to see of the women you supported, how many have succeeded? So those are basically the major things that affect women. And lack of information. As Commissioner said it, at times people get wrong information. And at times, it's not because they get wrong information, they get information late. Why? Because mwanamke ako na majukumu mengi sana. Mwanamke yuko katika siasa, yuko katika campaign, lakini ikifika saa 10, she's busy looking at her watch because she knows I have to go home and perform my wife duties and mother duties. So even her concentration iko chini sana. When she goes home, she has a lot to attend to that she has no time to even go to social media and see what is happening. In the morning when she wakes up, she also has duties to take care of before she leaves for campaigns or for anything else. So women need a lot of support from the beginning. And to say that we need male champions to support women in this journey. We need men who can say, let us support this woman and see that they succeed. Let us not be these people who, when a woman wants to vie, we look for a male counterpart to support huyo ili angushe huyo mwanamke, because that is what basically happens. They will even fund a male counterpart for you so that you do not succeed, because they know you do not have that muscle to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. Mwakilisha ama wajawakilisha? Let's hear from Mheshimiwa kutoka pande ile ingine ya pili ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Miki Achieng, what do you agree with what Mheshimiwa Judy amesema in terms of some of the challenges? Will you contest first as an MCA, then you could not get through and you had to go through a nomination process? So Are there particular challenges which Mheshimiwa Judy has left out? And what is your advice to young, aspiring women leaders seeking to navigate the same challenges? Karibu.
Thank you so much, Moderator. Distinguished panelists, colleagues, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to repeat my name because he did not get it right. My name is Nikki Ochien. Not Achien. Ochien is my father's name. My maiden name is Award. I'm a nominated member of the County Assembly of Kisumu, representing women. And I'm so glad to be able to get this chance to share my experience today. To go to your question, I believe the challenges have already been answered across board from the time the commissioner was presenting his statement and my colleague member. Like you said, I went through a campaign process, just like most of the members who are in here. And I got flowered at the nomination. So then it meant that I had to think about the next step of my life, of my journey in politics. So when I was coming into politics, I had 3 goals. I will get elected, I may get nominated. If I don't, using my papers, I may get maybe an appointment, or I'll get enough network for my business. I'm a businesswoman. So having that in mind, it made it easy for me when I lost. Because going in, I knew I can either win or lose. So it was a bit easier, I think, to my heart, to my ego, which was fractured, a big one at that particular moment. Because whenever you go for an election, you are imagining you will emerge the winner. And I can tell you, all the members who are seated here today, there is no one who has a big ego or confidence like a politician. Everyone believes they are going to win. Even when whatever they are going for is not realistic, they believe they are going to win. So I went for that. There's a saying that goes that it's better to have tried and failed than to not have tried at all. I cannot press upon what's already been said by the commissioner, by the registrar, and even the guy from that the only way you get elected as a female is if umetoka nje, lazima ujitokeze. There is no one who's going to look for you from your household to give you a nomination or to elect you. So lazima utoke. And numbers don't lie. She's already also intimated that the more numbers of women who go for or go through an election period, the likelihood of more women getting elected into these positions. I voted in what called Kaloleni Shorimoyo Ward in Kisumu. It is funny because we were about 4 women who vied, and 3 of us got into the assembly. 1 was elected, and 2 of us got nominated. Majority of the populace do not understand that if you are elected, then it means that you do not necessarily represent that ward, but you also have a unique constituent that is what you are nominated to do. The people who are elected on the strength of the youth, women, disability, the other one is religion. So you find that sometimes when you have a malicious elected member of that place, when they go around in the community, say maybe there's a function, they'll always say that, remember we have 3 MCAs in this ward, which is not true. Yes, that is where I come from, but I was not elected to represent that ward. Do not shy away from your responsibility as the elected member of that area. So it puts you in a very difficult situation because now you have to manage the people who are in that ward. And as a person who was, especially if you find unfair, it means you also have people who supported you. Responsibility to them. So how you treat these people is really different and is difficult. I wish our members would understand that and they don't go slandering. That is a challenge that is really, really hard for nominated members. I also want to say that as a person who failed and went through nomination, the assumption usually is that you're just picked from a pool of members of the party. That is not the case. It could be the case for some. That was not the case for me. And nomination is a very crucial and very rigorous process. You have to demonstrate value. Yes, you are a strong member of the party, but what are you bringing to the table? It's like an application. You have to also articulate other things that you're bringing, or the things that you've done for the party towards or culminating to this process that you want to be elected or nominated for. So if you've supported the party, maybe say in mobilization during events, have you bought or have you developed some area of the party which needed office? You can demonstrate that I helped in developing this office of the ward. You can demonstrate how you've done 1, 2, 3, 4 for the party. That way, it's so clear-cut that they find it hard for them to ignore your nomination application. So what I would like lessons that I've learned that I'd like to share with other members or other women who would like to join politics, or youths who would like to join politics. The age or gender is not a pre-qualification for leadership. Just because you're a female or because you're young does not automatically mean that you are supposed to be elected for a position. Demonstrate value, and I still stick to that. Demonstrate value. Yes, you're young, but what do you feel you're bringing? And be realistic about the things that you want. Say you're a very young person, and I will not want to pretend here that money is not an issue in politics. Money is a big issue in politics. You want to vie for a county-wide position, and you do not have money even for transportation, logistical issues. Are you able to move from one sub-county to the next? Forget about the money for, say, bahasha after mobilization and meeting the people. Be realistic about the things that you want. If you're young and you do not have money, start small. It does not beat you or eat you to start small. You are able to move the ranks as you go along, even as you acquire more money, through your networks and maybe your position. Ensure that all party requirements, as a female, all party requirements are in place. You want to vie. Do you have money for registration to be a member of that particular party? Are you a life member? Those are small things that look minute but can really hinder your processes when you get closer to nomination or elections. Ensure that your payments are in place. Ensure that you're a standing member of that party and you're actively involved and visible within your area of jurisdiction.
And lastly, if you can just summarize that, because we're going to come back to you. We need to finish with this side, then we go to the other, to the plenary, and then we come back. So just give the final point, and then we'll come back to you.
I think I've run through my points, really. If there's anything that I'll need to, then maybe I'll answer when that comes. Time comes.
Thank you very much. Beginning of coffee, Mheshimiwa Miki Ochieng, and my apologies for for that. Let me come to the non-state actors to quickly just react to this. I'll start with Felix, because Felix has been working very closely with the management bodies, the IEBC, the judiciary on the far end, but also worked with a number of other actors, the parliament. From your end, your first, of course, reactions to what the commissioner and some of the issues which have been also raised, but also to answer the question on the gaps which exist in terms of electoral preparedness that affect equitable access and participation.
Okay. Thank you, Mule. Let me, and my fellow distinguished panelists, let me first of all begin by extending my appreciation for the invitation by the leadership of the County Assembly Forum, the honorable members of the assemblies who are here. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Is it good morning or good afternoon? Good morning. I work for the Electoral Law and Governance Institute for Africa, and my name is Felix Odhiambo. I think in the interest of time, let me just begin by stating that Commissioner Ann really set the floor, the ground running, by highlighting key and pertinent issues that concerns election preparedness, but also the participation of women, the whole issues of inclusion and equitable representation or equitable participation. And I would go straight to the question that has been posed by Mule. And I will, in the process, I'll also be able to highlight on some of the issues that have been flagged out by Commissioner Andere. I think the starting point in terms of what elections preparedness in this country, if you look at one of the factors that has been very perennial, that has persistently recurred in every election cycle, is the late composition, or as the case might be, the late reconstitution of the election management body. The Electoral Commission of Kenya in pre-2010 dispensation, and subsequent to that, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, or IEBC. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at one of the problems that has persisted since '92, is the fact that increasingly and repeatedly, we have been very late in reconstituting election management body. Beginning with '97, by the time we negotiated the inter-parties parliamentary group, the commissioners were appointed in October, and they were able to run the December 29th, 1997 general elections. With the exception of 2002, when we had the commissioners that were appointed by the then ruling party, President Moi, and the IPPG commissioners managing 2002 elections. And I think one of the lessons from that is the fact that 2002 is, to date, still held as probably one of the best elections. So there is a direct correlations between appointment of the election management bodies on time and the general preparedness of the elections. In terms of other gaps, one of the things that we have seen as a problem is the late finalization of the electoral laws, or the late finalization of the electoral reforms agenda. And some of the reforms agenda impact directly on issues of inclusion, and especially the participation of women and the special interest groups. In this regard, I think it is important or imperative to appreciate two things basically. Number one is that when we passed the 2010 Constitution, the expectation that all the legislations with respect to elections, or what is called the representation of the people's chapter, Chapter 7 of the Constitution were to be enacted 1 year after the promulgation. It was on that spirit that we enacted all the major election laws in 2011. The Elections Act of 2011, the Political Parties Act, the IEBC Act, all in 2011. But the problem that we did by that time is that we have not fully operationalized all the laws that were expected to be enacted in 1 year after the promulgation of the new constitution. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, we still don't have, or we have not actualized the two-third gender rule. we haven't operationalized the election campaign financing law, and we also don't have a referendum law. So there's a gap. There's a gap that exists in terms of finalization of this agenda. Now, if you look at inclusion, and as has been highlighted by my sister Anne, 3 of these laws impact directly on women participation, and that is the 2/3 gender rule and the election campaign financing law, for the reason that Commissioner Derito mentioned, that if you look at funding of elections, because of the patriarchal society that we have had, men have access to funding or finances more than women. And the fact that we don't have election campaign financing law to levelize this playing field is an issue. The second issue is with that we still have gaps, is with respect to the results management system in Kenya. Now, results management, ladies and gentlemen, deals with everything from counting, tabulation, collation, and declaration of results. Now, if you look at all the election observation report, both domestic as well as international, they are unanimous that since 2013, Kenya has demonstrated, the IEBC has demonstrated marked improvement in the technical and operational aspects of the election. The question, though, is why, if that is the case, why is it that the results as declared by the Commission still do not enjoy that broad-based acceptance or legitimacy, as the case might be? There have been improvement on this area, but I think, and especially with this new Commission, and I'm happy at the fact that the new Commission, since appointed, have actually really hit the ground running. One of the legacy that they probably would have to give this country is to resolve this question of transparency and accountability surrounding the results management system, and in particular, the integrity of the results. If we do this, then we will then be able to get into that 2002 situation where both the winning and the losing party, and indeed the Kenyan electorates, felt that the results as declared by the Commission largely reflected the issue. If this is not managed well, then it leads to voter apathy. If you look at the statistics of IEBC in 2022, there was diminished participation of especially the young people who comprise the majority in terms of both the voter registration process as well as the turnout during the last election. Remember, we had about 21 million registered voters and only 14 million turned out to vote in 2022, meaning 8 million voters did not turn out. Then third issue, which is the final issue, is, and again, Commissioner Derito alluded to it, as a gap in the election preparedness. And it's a new phenomenon that we are seeing, especially in this 2027 electoral cycle, that has chilling similarities with the 2007 elections. And that is the reemergence of electoral violence as a new manifestation of voter suppression. If you look at what happened in 2007 and what is happening now, and especially on the remobilization of goons and militia, it can only spell doom and a chilling reminder of what transpired in 2007. We're seeing increasingly by the report of the the Ministry of Interior, I think 133 youth groups and militia have been reactivated and are active, spread across the country. Now, why is this an issue? This has direct implication on voter suppression. When you intimidate, cause violence and fear, it will impact greatly on especially the participation of women, both as candidates and as voters. And I think this is something that we really need to think through as a country and come up with an enduring strategies of addressing. I thank you very much.
Thank you very, Felix. Very articulate about those issues. There's a question I was going to ask you, but I'll send it to Frank because he was mentioned by Honorable Judy in terms of support to the MCS and support to women. So Frank, as you react to the Commissioner's presentation, so I also want to take you on that particular question in terms of what can civil society be able to do to support MCAs and women especially more in the coming elections, but also to address the question of the lessons that from previous elections that can be able to inform better preparedness and management of inclusive participation in political party primaries. We know, I think one of the biggest problems that we have in terms of democratic practice is how the political parties themselves conduct party primaries, and now that affects women in the process. So you can comment on that even as you react to the other issues which have been raised. Karibu.
Thank you, moderator. It's quite tricky to speak last after very eloquent and experienced colleague panelists, but I take confidence in what he said, that people remember what was said last. So I'll try to say some interesting things, hopefully, so that you can recall. Commissioner Dr. Anne Deritu gave us some very intriguing data, and that is where I want to begin. The reference point for the not more than 2/3 gender constitutional imperative is between 33 and 34%. Basically 33.3, and because there is no 0.3 of a person, it is only then reasonable that we round it off, not mathematically, but to 34 in order to achieve that. But look at the numbers that the commissioner gave us. Out of what we require of the 34% in 2022, we had roughly 10% of the candidates. But I want you to note that out of the roughly 10%, when it went to the ballot, 84% of those were elected. So the voter does not have a problem with women candidates. The people with a problem with the women candidates and against the women candidates is the political parties and the gatekeepers in those parties. And I want to justify this by again challenging possibly my brother from the register of political parties to begin giving us the numbers on the number of women aspirants, because the IEBC is dealing with women candidates, those that have gone through the party primaries and now are candidates. If you look at the numbers of the women that show up, and Senator, the SG of Wiper is here, will tell you they're quite impressive, that many women are actually showing up, but the gatekeeping in the political parties is what is actually failing, and I will address that in a short while. So the voter does not have a problem. The problem with inclusivity is a political elite problem. But let me introduce a new idea so that then I can go to the solution around this. And this is the concept of politics and the political. Politics is generally about the institutional apparatus. We have the judiciary here, we have the register of political parties here, we have IEBC here, we have civic actors here, we have yourself as the county assembly and others. And I think the political elite in this country have become very clever, that they have preoccupied us with the concept of politics to avoid the concept of the political, which is about the dynamics of contestation of power, status, and resources. So we are preoccupied with the IEBC reconstitution, preoccupied with the registrar's office, preoccupied with the judiciary. But look, in August 2027, just like previously, IEBC will conduct elections. The political elites will be going for each other's jugular. Late August and early September, the institution of the judiciary, the Supreme Court, will be called upon, because 2013, 2017, 2022 were not called by IEBC, were called by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will be invited by a presidential petition to determine the matter. The political elites will take turns, depending on the decisions of IEBC and the judiciary, to vilify these democratic institutions. And then a few months later, around March, the proverbial handshake happens. And they end up, my brother, ndugu yangu. And with very interesting names of, broad-based, handshake, and all those things. All right? So, this is what disturbs me as a democratic development practitioner. That why then are we all seated pretty, allowing a minority political elite class to vilify other democratic institutions other than themselves? All right? Then should we begin a conversation of why should we fast track the presidential petition to the Supreme Court if the handshake will happen? And Peter Kaluma, William Ruto, than Ndindi Nyoro. Isn't that funny to you? Or it's only funny to me? Anyway, I'm raising this because to address two things. Again, Commissioner Nderitu pointed out the issue of intersectionality even in the inclusion. That they are young women, they are older women, they are women with disabilities, they are professional women, they are women in informal networks and all that. But the registrar also mentioned that he attended, possibly among the few men, and the registrar next time tag me along to the CSW. If you look at the countries that have been able to achieve fair representation, all those countries have a different electoral system designed than ours. In a context where we are highly patriarchal, in a context where we are highly ethnicized in terms of how we mobilize our politics, in a context where we are ideologically bankrupt, in a context where money, as he said, is a great determinant of who gets elected, the dynamics of contestation of resources, power, and status, then we are fooling ourselves that these characteristics that are in Kenya, coupled with the first past the post as the electoral system design, will arrive at a fair representation and inclusive outcome. Then we are doing the same thing, expecting different results, and those people are described as who? As fools. I do not buy it that we will actually realize these things we have given ourselves in the Constitution while we have forced ourselves to, and this conversation, we had it with the BBI, we have had it with the others, the other national dialogue processes. I contend in this forum that until and after Kenya sits down to another Bomas and question the electoral system design, all these things are only but flowery. Having laid that background, allow me then to go to my questions, including what my sister mentioned. But let me deal with the issue of the primaries first, and then I will quickly address the issue of the MCS. From where I sit, a multi-party democracy only works when competition is credible, inclusive, and trusted. And again, in our context, the real test is not the general election. You know very well that if you come from Nyanza in 2022, which ticket did you need? And Senator, when you came from Mount Kenya, which ticket do you need? I am asking you because you are an outlier. But you still found ways and tiptoed to the actual center of gravity. And therefore, you stand a better chance to get elected when you capture the right ticket, depending on the region you come from. And therefore, in our context, party primaries is where legitimacy is built or broken. That is the first thing. But let me make 3 quick points then. First is that to achieve democratic party primaries, we must strengthen internal party democracy. And this should be done not just as a matter of law, but also as practice. Because the registrar, emeritus, and the current commissioner of IBC, and my brother, the current registrar, will tell you that the party constitutions and the party codes of conduct are some of the very academic documents that we have. They look so good from far. But when you get closer in terms of practice...
Nikalatas.
Sorry?
Nikalatas too.
Yes. So we need to breathe the spirit in those things. Political parties are funded. But in my view, they still want to run as private clubs. They are funded and central to governance, but they do not want to be democratic registrar. He said it. But they expect IEBC to perform much better in the general election when they have already rigged their own primaries. All right? So, the office of the Registrar of Political Parties, in my view, must be empowered. And I want to thank the Registrar of Emeritus. Put in a lot of work that we can begin to see the regional offices to enable this office to audit, enforce compliance consistently, not just occasionally. And not just during election cycles. Because a government is only as good as a political party that forms it. Hello? We cannot have a better government than the political party that founds it. All right? So if we do not have a stronger regulator that can make sure that the political institution that is found in government is actually compliant, do you expect a compliant and the government based on rule of law? They are used to breaking the law. They cannot acquire new manners all of a sudden. As Kibaki said, you cannot be intelligent all of a sudden. All right? And these are things that we have to say point blank in broad daylight because we have to move this country forward. Second, inclusion must move from theory to electability. It is given that we have made progress in terms of quotas, in terms of affirmative action, but representation remains uneven. Look at the county assemblies. I think registrar and the IBC commissioner, about 15 plus counties do not have disability. Some have claimed that a bald head, erectile dysfunction are disabilities, and sitting on those seats. I don't know whether Justice Ngai, being bald-headed, you are disabled. But we have county assemblies that don't have PWDs, all right? So many candidates from marginalized groups are not placed in competitive positions. You find ODM cleverly giving a parliamentary nomination, party ticket to a candidate in Kapseret to run against Oscar Sudi. Who told you that they will win? But bluntly, they have done what? They have made that, what the registrar was saying in the Katiba Institute. The list is compliant. So, my third lesson is, if you look at the past primaries, the lesson is quite clear, that poor planning creates conflict. Disputed registers, opaque results transmission, and weak dispute mechanisms have repeatedly undermined the confidence. Because all the time, there is even a system, right, that the registrar's office has. But all these political parties fall back to the default IEBC register for their party primaries. And you wonder, then where are these members? So parties must invest in early verified digital registers, tested technology, including with backup with manuals. I think I will not tire you, but just go to my parting shot and respond to my sister. I think if we want peaceful, inclusive, and credible general elections, we must treat party primaries with the same seriousness as national polls, because that is where democracy fully begins. 75% in my view of our elections, because if you look at the ethnic census that we do called elections, the 5 ethnic groups constitute 65% upwards of the register. So the ethnic cleansing happens in the party primaries and the ethnic parties of those ethnic fiefdoms of those parties. And therefore, if we do not take seriously the party primaries, even in our own ethnic arrangements, then we have no moral grounding to challenge Dr. Anne Deritu and her colleagues to be able to rise to the occasion. How do we help women? I think where we sit as the Center for Multi-Party Democracy, we have chosen 2 trajectories. One is profiling, because we do not have a problem of quantity. We have a problem of gatekeeping. And therefore, we are determined to profile both already women in the political space, public space, and those who want to come in as much as possible to the electorate in good time. And then the second trajectory is immediately after the party primaries, investing in the brick and mortar that wins elections. How do we get out the vote? How do we put the name and face recognition of these women candidates at the forefront of the voter? And how do we make sure that women candidates are not rigged out by knowing how to rig elections? I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Frank, for those. Before I come to the plenary, which will be some short period, let me just say 2 things which stood out from that presentation by Frank. The first one, although nimesikia mtu amesema, kuna mtu ameuliza kwa nini Frank anasema ukweli? Asking from the audience. That was a very good question. And then the electoral system. I totally agree with Frank about the electoral system. We are going to have a conversation around this. And we expect to say at the first past the post, the first one to get to that corner is the winner. And then there are all these issues, ethnicity, money, and other things which cannot make a level playing field. Unataka tukimbie na Usain Bolt wa 10 na wewe ni mtu wa kawaida. You cannot win that race. And then lastly, another issue that the electorate have no problem with women. In the 10% which was elected, 84% of the 10% which was elected in the last election, which means watu hawana shida na women candidates ni, as he says, can they appear on the ballot? Can they be able to be presented in the ballot? And then chances are they are going to elect 84% of them or even more. Thank you very much. Let's open this to the plenary. A few questions. Make them very short. Direct them to the person that you'd want to answer the question. If it's a comment, please make it very, very brief. Najua nyinyi watu wa siasa. Make them very brief. Thank you. Just three at each go. Yeah, so let's pick first one. We'll go all the way to the end. Let's have how many? Let me know the number of questions. Yours, and is there anybody on this side? Then the second, is there a lady here? Okay, there's two of you. Then I'll move to this direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Honorable Brian Osodo from Migori County. I have 2 concerns with 2 people. One is with my good friend Judy Siengo, who is a member of KYMCA like me, who I heard saying that because the president was painted with a rinda, and that's a demeanor to women. I just wanted to ask Judy Siengo. Recently, the president was branded El Chapo. He was branded with those clothes of, chefs, putting chapos, cooking chapos and doing all that. Is it a demeanor to the chefs? Recently, the president was branded Arap Mashamba and branded the shirt of somebody selling shambas or clothes. Is it a demeanor to the shamba sellers? Recently, the president was branded a hustler, walking with the chicken in cages and all that. Is it a demeanor to all those cages? I think what should come out strongly is that you need to be secure. Branding or not branding, you need to be secure with your position as women and be positive about that particular position. Secondly, my concern is with my good friend Felix. about the political parties, women not making it to the very last, election point. What I know is that most political parties conduct their nominations through universal suffrage, except a few instances where probably they may issue direct nominations. But most of them, like the one that I belong to, the ODM, they do that through universal suffrage. And through that universal suffrage, all of us suffer. It is not only about women not making it through. I'm a culprit here. I went through that universal suffrage. I won, but then I was not given the certificate. Somebody else was given. I went to independent and made it. And now I'm here, though I've gone back to the party now. So all of us suffer. It is never selective. Actually, those universal suffrages sometimes even favor women more than they favor us men. So I think it is also a matter of women presenting themselves and bringing up competition through those processes and making it competitive enough so that they be considered with political parties.
Thank you. Just make them very brief. Don't explain. We will understand.
Thank you.
Understand the question.
Thank you. I just want to ask these two questions to the judiciary. Number one, and how I wish Chege was there.
The
secretary.
Okay.
The secretary. My brother, congratulations. The kind and the choice of the people you are bringing here are the people that we need to interact with. Thank you for this. And I think you are doing well. How I wish that the Chief Justice came here. The judiciary. My question is, if by all standards, because we have seen, us politicians have started actually drumming that drums of war, and it happens that the Electoral Commission does not merit to give us credible election, and we come to you, tell us how you are prepared to help this country not to burn. Because last general election, we witnessed a scenario when the expectations were obvious, but you give us the opposite with very careless terminologies of, you used this word, hot air. We expect you to upscale. When you say hot air and you give us the opposite of the obvious, how prepared are you? Are you again going to ensure that this country will actually fall into the ditch, the judiciary? That's my question. Okay. My question number two is about the Article 27. Do we have an opportunity to repeal this? Because my father died when I was 3 months old. I'm now 54 today. And I've been brought up by a mother up to date. And in our family, we have all cadres. So this idea that men does better than women is a notion. In Homa Bay, where I come from, we've actually achieved their third. So some of the women back at where I come from, if you challenge them to a contest, a political contest, you'll be given a run for your money. For us to sit somewhere and wait, and I want to challenge my sister from Kisumu.
Please ask the question.
No, just allow me. Please, we've listened to you the longest. Kindly listen to us.
Listen to everybody.
Allow me to ask the question, please. You are interrupting my flow of thought. Kindly. We have, I want to challenge my sister from Kisumu. Do we have a special salary for a nominated or elected? The same salary. The same salary. So this notion that you are running away from your responsibility of serving the electorate should not be there. Because we have seen, for your information, moderator, nominated women serving in very superior committees in the assembly and doing very well than even the elected colleagues. What stops you from using that opportunity to become an elected? I want to challenge you that if you are a lazy woman, be there. And if you are a lazy man, also be there. Because political elective position is not called party, my dear friend. you are funding our parties. And when it comes to financing these parties, we are doing them solely. It is us individuals that are contributing to this. Tell us our positions as candidates. How much do we get from this facilitation that you are giving these parties? Because you give them, they keep them, and we still give money from our pockets to fund these parties. Are we supposed to just be the ones funding them and you give them hefty monies? That is why people are not willing to give, relinquish their position in those parties because of monies that they get there. Finally, as I wind up, I believe, and this is my feeling, let us not start this notion. There is no any other person. Once an election is over, we are all Kenyans. Whether I supported you or I didn't support you, the Constitution gives me the mandate to be served. Why do you feel that others served or worked in these parties better than others? I saw yesterday when a senator, and he's seated here, asking questions that we are the ones who are supposed to ask. Because all these commissioners, they have the powers to call them in the Senate and ask. And they took our time here, listening to them, expecting that they are supposed to be called, because they are nearer to these people. All these people are in Nairobi. I think, my secretary, next time, when they come, I know participation is all inclusive. But they give us the opportunity to interact. I thank you.
Thank you very much. But before you go to the next questions, I think let's get an understanding. This is your forum. This is yours. It is not our forum. It is your forum. And it is good that you ask the questions and you can be able to be very clear about the questions. But because all of you want to speak and we have limited time, let us agree to be short and precise and direct the questions. I'll get only 2 more, then I come back here, then I come back to you. A lady, you don't have, I've not had a lady and we're talking about gender inclusion. Where? There, behind there, the one who's standing up. No, I'll come to that side. Let me just finish, and the lady at the front, I'll come to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe I just start with a comment first. It is very absurd for a man to stand and complain about women issues because they affect us and we know them better. So I feel like already it's a ×2 patriarchal society because we are standing to say our concerns in this meeting so that we make it better for the women who come after us. And then someone is not comfortable in their own skin as a man. I pray a woman takes that seat next time. To my comment, I think I agree a lot with what Mr. Mkwanja said about the voters don't have a problem with us, women. They don't. Our biggest troubles, and I think former registrar even at the current, that's where you need to help us. Because most of these political parties run like private entities, actually private profit-making entities, and you expect them to support government. When you go to a political party and you're denied a ticket, for example, to vie, because there's a lot of things that happen. Having worked in a political party before, I understand where a lot of things happen. There's a lot of rigging, even within the political parties, before we go to the voters. And if you cannot be able to match that particular kind of force within your own political party, and you end up maybe in a smaller party, and there's someone who commented and said, depending on the area you come from, there are parties that are stronger than others. So if you can't clinch the ticket that can take you to parliament, then you don't stand a chance from the beginning. And maybe just a request as I sit down to the registrar of political parties. Many times, political parties or political players normally bend when their money is affected. See this allocation that you give to political parties? We need to attach it to gender representation somehow. Because I know once the money is, the allocation that they're supposed to get is touched upon, political parties will have to comply to support women to get these tickets. A case in example, even the governor of Kwale and some of the governors that we got in this round from both the divides, both the UDA side, even in Homa Bay, they got a very strong backing from their political parties, and you can confirm this with me. But those who did not get strong backing from their political parties, they didn't go so far. Not from the voters. The voters are with the women and the men, as long as you're a leader. And the last notion will be, because many times they say women are their own enemies. I don't agree with that. Just make your case. This field is rough. We all know when you're coming here, and it's very competitive. I will not support you because you're a woman, or I will not support you because you're my fellow woman. I'll support you because you have substance. So I think that can also be a challenge to all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then, Madam, one ahead, the one in front, and then you can respond to some of those issues here.
Thank you so much for the beautiful presentation, my sister Anne Deritu. That was very nice of you. I just wanted, my name is Honorable Zamzam Chimba Muhammad, Mombasa County MP. And I wanted to ask, I heard from my brother here, I wanted to ask what criteria are used for nominating candidates in political parties, the criteria, because when we talk of 2/3 gender, I heard you saying that they take women maybe from areas that they cannot win. What are you doing to make sure that the areas that they are very, the areas that they know that they're going to get candidates from there and win election? What are you doing to make sure that we also get women from those areas? Because if you push them on the wall, I'm sure they're going to comply. Okay, then what role does finance play in nominating candidates for political parties? We know some come with the brains and some come with the pockets. So we want to know, what are you doing to make sure that the finance does not play the big role in nominating candidates? And another one is that, what role does popularity play in nominating candidates for political parties again? And the last one, what role does nepotism play in nominating candidates for political parties? We've had politicians who have passed away, but in their areas, other leaders are not given opportunity to run on the same seat. Someone is chosen, and that is it. We are going with this one, and the rest of the people are left outside. There is no democracy. And to my sister, I want to advise you that the seat that you've been nominated, use your brains, make sure that from that seat you represent your people. It doesn't matter whether you have funds or you don't have funds. Legislate, represent, and oversight. Because most of the time when you are elected on a certain political party, maybe you have a governor who is doing foolish things in the county, and you cannot even correct them because you're afraid that you're going to be thrown out. We are facing the same cases. And I want to tell you, ladies in the house, those who've been elected or nominated, fight for the Kenyans. Do not fight for those people on top. Fight for the Kenyans and make a difference as a woman in this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's get some, I'll come for a final round. I've seen that lady, I've seen this gentleman, but I'll come back to you. Let me just get the first response. Judy, you were mentioned at some point. Maybe you can react to that. Then we'll have Justice Nga to speak about some of the issues around judiciary. Frank, there's quite a number of responses. I also know Mickey had an issue. The registrar here, I don't know whether there's anything which has come to you yet. Not yet. Felix, is there anything? Okay, so let's start from Judy at the end. Just quick responses. We go back for one more round, then we close.
Thank you so much. I think my brother Osodo did not get clearly what I said. The message that I was passing is, sio kila mwanamke ana kifua cha kuhimili social media trolling. Na nikasema, mwanamke mwingine atakaye jiulize, kama rais anaweza kufanywa hivi, na kona hiyo machinery yote, na kona hiyo network yote, je mimi Judy itakuwaje? That was my message. I did not say, I said that because when they do that, they're trying to demean chefs, or people will use different ways to bring you down. People use different formulas to bring you down. It's not even social media only. Wengine watatumia hata familia yako kukupiga vita. We've had cases of a woman is vying and the spouse is busy supporting another candidate. No, you wonder surely what is not happening here. So it is how one is able to take or handle situations that are directly directed to her or to him. Because at your trolling, at times even goes to male candidates. It is not only the female candidates, but you'll find that men are, in the way they are created, wako na kifua ya kuhimili. Mwanaume atatafuta nani amemfanyia hivyo malizane na yeye. But a woman will not have that energy to do all that. So that's why I said, at times it becomes very hard for women to handle social media violence because they feel like this is too much for them to carry. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you've answered it very well. Justice?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Mheshimiwa, I didn't get your name, but I got your question on how prepared we are for the next cycle of elections. Let me start by saying that we have always been prepared. In every cycle of elections, general elections, we have handled our the petitions that have been brought before us within the time prescribed by the Constitution and the electoral laws. Now, as for the use of the words or the language used in the judgment in the presidential petition, let me just say we had quite a number of cases, several of them, and we handled them fairly well. When the Supreme Court was making its decision, it was making the decision within the prescribed timelines as per the law provided. I would say that, you know, in every dispute, there will always be a winner, there will always be a loser. And the loser will always feel there is something that he has to say about the decision. My brother here just said that, you know, immediately after the petitions, institutions are vilified. Then 3 months down the line, we have handshakes, we have broad-based, you know, people come together basically. So I don't think it is really useful to pick on maybe 1 or 2 things. Out of the many cases that we did, we pick on 1 case, and even in that case, we are not saying that the decision was bad per se, but we are picking something to me which is minor, to say that we, you know, how prepared are we? We were prepared, and as much as I remember, that decision was being given, not necessarily because the Supreme Court was not prepared. It was given the decision within the timelines that we have been given. So I would urge that let's really not focus on the, okay, as human beings we make mistakes here and there. But to me, that is not a question of whether we were prepared for the petitions or not. That to me is minor. Of course, I would say maybe we could do better in terms of the language that we use in our judgments. But basically, if that was the correct judgment, I think that's what should be the issue. Not how or the language that I used to reach that particular judgment. So in that regard, I hold brief of the Supreme. I don't sit in the Supreme Court. I sit in the High Court. It is very far from the Supreme Court. And as I said, the Chief Justice would have been here, but she traveled out of the country. She's out of the country now. She'll be coming back on Saturday. Now, just to add, may I say that, you know, when it comes to the electoral laws, just like any other law in this country, including our Constitution, we have some of the best laws in this country. The issue is people want to cut around them, to cut corners. You know, if everybody was to do what the law says, electoral laws, even disputes coming to court will be minimized. And laws, you know, they start from, I said earlier, the constitutions of political parties. Do they follow them? Do they implement them? Because if we start from there, they implement and follow strictly to the letter their own constitutions. Disputes going to the IBC, a political parties tribunal, and finally to the courts will be minimized. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justice. Very quick, Frank and Mickey, and then just be quick with your response.
Quickly, thank you. Honorable Samsam, I think the issues you mentioned, financing, popularity, nepotism, the rule number 1 of a politician is to survive. So I take all this as electability pathways, including just being a nice dancer and being beautiful. You know, all these politics is very practical. And all these are very electability pathways. So let's not rule out any. What Kenyans want is after you get in, what is their return on your investment as their leader? Let me mention 3 other things that I think women have a competitive edge, and then I'll make a suggestion to you because you sit in the National Assembly. One, my experience is that when women push the male folk to have a conversation around issue-based politics, I have seen that the loser is always the man. Not that men are shallow, but the believability for women discussing issues is actually higher. All right? And even data available globally is that women-led countries, New Zealand, Finland, and Denmark, were the first ones to be able to deal with the COVID pandemic. All right? And that tells you that there is an attribute about women leadership that connects very well, not just to the logics of politics, but to the empathy of the voters, and less about where men derive a lot, the interests with our big bellies. So let us encourage women to continue pursuing the issue-based politics, and it sets them a little bit far apart from the usual male politics of masculinity and dominance. The second thing is about the need for just not signing the codes of conduct by aspirants, but the need for enforcing this with real consequences for violations. You know, when you have a candidate who is battered to the level that they hand over their everything, and you hear a whole man crying that I have handed over my children and my wife in some by-election because of these things. It's not fair. When you have women not being able to turn out in polling stations because some goons colluding with security apparatus to look aside have been allowed to dominate this in areas like Mbeere North, where my good friend the senator comes from. These are practical issues that we have to talk about. My final suggestion is to you. I sat on the committee, the latest task force and the implementation of the 2/3 gender with Commissioner Ande Ritu. And we agreed with the presidential suggestion of the Women Fund. And that bill is lying somewhere. But even as we engage stakeholders, the need for equitable access to public funding tied to inclusion benchmarks is very critical. In the last election cycle, the only electoral reform that happened, Felix, I think is the one for amendment to the Political Parties Act, that changed the criteria focusing a lot on number of elected leaders to number of votes. I think it's 70% number of votes, and then 15% in special interests, 10% for elected leaders, a number of elected leaders, and then 5% for the administration. I would want to see Honorable Zamzam that we work together to actually further interrogate this criteria. Why can't we ring fence a lot of this money? Instead of 15%, say 40% of the PPF will be ring fenced for special interest groups, so that it incentivizes political parties, including your own, to allow more women to run, and in winnable areas, to allow more BWDs to run, to allow more young people to run, so that the motivation is to tap into the 40%. And the registrar can tell you that the party leaders love that political parties funding a lot. And they will do anything and everything to make sure that they tap, because the opposite of it is that if you do not have the requisite numbers, then you lose 40% of the funding. All right? So we need to push more money from the state funding to the special interest groups as an incentive for the gatekeepers to open the door. Thank you.
Before we go, I want to change the strategy because we're taking a lot of time, and I've very limited time. I've told there are two senators who want to speak. We have this gentleman here. Let me just identify the people who are this gentleman who is here. 2 senators. Where are you? Yeah, and then that lady there who wanted to speak. Those are 4 people. That lady there by the door. So let those 5 speak, and then we can come to closing remarks, and we can answer. Just so hold your questions, your answers. You can respond at the same time as we close.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Senator Shakila. My question is to RPP. We are in the world of digital, and life is supposed to be easy and faster. My question is on the political parties registration. The registration of political parties, to register as a member of political parties is a nightmare from the party's point of view. The +509 hash, you have to go through hell, and most of the time you have to give up in the middle of the process. What are you going to do? And we have reported this issue time and again to RPP, but no action has been taken. What are you going to do to make life easier for members to register as party members as easy as possible and faster? Because it has been really very difficult for members to register, and most of the time they give up in the middle of it.
Thank you.
And my second question is about the Madam who said about the women. I want to tell women, you have to be tough. In this field, when you go into politics, it's like eating a dead meat. You expect stomach upset, or you expect to die, food poisoning, or to survive. So you really have to be very tough. And when you go into a political party, be an asset, not a liability. When you become a liability is when you become somebody who would not go far. But if you're an asset, you're there, you're independent, you follow the party, you support yourself, you do your own things, you support the party, then you will be recognized as this person is an asset, not a liability. In the end of it, Madam Zamzam, you said we need 2 things, brain and money. Use your brain to write your name in the people's heart, not on the marble stone. Yeah? So when you write your name in the people's heart, you will stay there forever. But if you write your name in the marble stone, with time it will disappear. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Asante. Mimi naitwa Senator Modigi, Senator for Embu County. Yangu ni kwa Madam Jundi. Wale wenye voters hawana shinda either ni mwanaume ama ni mwanamke. Shinda iliyoko ni mambo ya parties. Imekuwa ni business kutoka zamani na mpaka sasa kuendelea mbele. Yangu ni kuadvise MCS na sisi. Party zile ziko Kenya ni nyingi. Kama unaweza kusimama na any party, ingia pale na utaweza kuwa mshindi. Uwe na pesa, uongee na Mungu na mambo yote itakuwa sawa. Kwa sababu nasema hivyo kwa sababu UNDA wakati wa 2017 I was rigged by Jubilee. 2022 nikasema mimi either niko na pesa ama sina pesa, wacha niingie kwa mwananchi. Miaka ngapi? 5. Wakati tulikuja mimi nikasema sitaenda nomination. Ile chama nilichaguliwa naye hata Frank rafiki yangu anajua ni mimi peke yangu na ni mimi deputy party leader, na nikasema sitaenda nomination. Kwa hivyo kitu ya kwanza, jiamini wewe mwenyewe na utaweza kuwa mshindi, kwa sababu wenye parties wanataka pesa. Imekuwa business. Judges watatusaidia, mambo ya registrar tutasaidia. Kwa hivyo ni sisi. Mr. Frank, katika Mbimbilia hata janji yako hapa, dume mbili wakipigana nyasi inaumia. Kwa hivyo judges wanaruhusu watu kuwe na dialogue, mambo ya handshake na mambo ya kuelewana pamoja after election. Wacha niongee nijibu. After election. Kwa hivyo kama handshake iko na maono na iko na baraka katika Kenya yetu, mimi naunga mkono. Kwa hivyo Frank, Mimi I'm perfect. Ya mwisho ni swali kwa jaji. Jaji yako hapa na isipokuwa ni bahati sijui imefanyika nini, mkubwa angekuja hapa tumuulize swali. Aidha ni mbaya ama ni mzuri. Nataka utuelezee. Ukiwa impeached, sheria inasema nchi. Aidha ni governor ama ni rais wa Kenya ama ni deputy rais wa Kenya. Ndio kwa sababu katika Kenya kuna shinda watu wengi wajue hiyo maneno. Kwa hivyo kwa sababu kwa hapa ndio umekuja kusimamia jaji mkuu, ningeomba sisi ni wenye siasa na Kenya tuko hapa unjibu hiyo swali. Asante.
Asante sana. Niko na huyu alafu
Thank you. My name is Situma Emmanuel, Speaker Bungoma. My name goes to Dr. Alan Diri. The first question is about political violence. Whenever we have violence, women and children suffer. And the owners of the goons during violence are known. They are never women. What actions or what are you planning as action to owners of the goons or the politicians and the people themselves? Because like what I've so far been seeing, the IBC has been behaving like male mosquitoes who never bites, they only sing around. For justice, my question is about the preparation of the general judiciary, not about the people preparing for petitions. Because I've been seeing whenever people are brought before you for normal pet offenses arising from goonism, the bonds, bails are so lenient that basically they are not deterrent as it used to be before. So what are you planning? Because like what I'm seeing, anytime we have violence, people are given cash bail of 5,000 and they go home the following day. So what are you planning? Because unless we have the 10 measures, as the way that things are going, we're going to have problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have two ladies finish. This lady at the front and the lady at the back there.
Good afternoon. Mheshimiwa Danila from Marsabit. I have a comment for my brother, Mheshimiwa Uoga. I don't know. The first day he was an enemy of Madam Nyakango. Now again he wants to be an enemy of the women. On a light note, my question goes to ORPP. I just want to know the definition of minority, marginalized minority communities within a country or a county. This because the minority communities are used. Our slots are given to people that they don't deserve it. They don't deserve the nomination. You can get, I'm very sorry to use your community. Let me just use Kikuyu community. You can get a Kikuyu, is an example, having a slot or any other tribe having a slot for minority. Why? You just know they're the leading with the votes, everything, with good roads, good info, everything they're leading. Who is a minority? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quickly, the last question, the last one there at the back, there at the door, at the door. Acha ule ko pale mwisho kule nyuma. Kwa mlango. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Dorcas Mlugu from Taita Taveta County. Mine is an encouragement to the women, my fellow women. It will never be an easy task. As long as you are a woman, it can never be given to you in a silver plate. I am an elected member with a UDA party in Taita Taveta, where it is perceived to be an ODM zone. Please note, I was fighting somebody who served for 3 terms and he was a majority leader then. What am I saying? I don't believe that you need money to campaign. Just as what Senator Shakila has said, you only need to have your name written to the people in their hearts. I campaigned, I was walking, I used a boda. I talked to everybody and anybody and anything, including the birds. So guys, women, don't use this, the gender card will not work for you now. What you need to do is to have a well-packaged information to present to your people, whether you're in a good party or not, whether you have money or not. Ni vile, it is how you package your information that you present to your people. And I'm so proud of Honorable Judy. It is true, women are being insulted. During elections is when women are known to have, I don't know how many boyfriends. It should not pull you down. Even men have women all over. Why would you get distracted because someone is talking about your boyfriends? I mean, at that time I was told that I don't have babies, I don't even know the price of a pencil. But I kept on asking those men, now you're calling me barren. Have you tried me to know that I'm barren? So women, let's fight for our space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to go back to the floor for more questions because I have some people who are leaving and who are going to the airport. Allow me to allow at least one person. Let's do this. There's somebody who's leaving for the airport. Let me allow Felix to speak, and then who is that one person there? Okay, I'll give you one chance, and then you can be able to close. So Felix.
Thank you very much. This is very, very interesting, and most of the questions, most of the interventions are actually comments. But allow me just to respond to the question that was raised by the honorable member from Migori about the fact that every candidate, whether men or women, or whether man or a woman, are usually affected by violence or electoral malpractice. I think my sister who has spoken last summed it up. Whereas it is true that malpractices or violence affect all candidates, every research that has been conducted, including by Kriegler and by Waki, demonstrated without any shadow of a doubt that it affects women as, more disproportionately than men, and more so in an election period or in an electioneering period. And I think I agree fully with the specific examples that she has given, and indeed other examples that were given by those who spoke before her. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now that lady, Madam, mwisho tu kumzungumza alafu tutakuja hapa kumalizia.
So thank you. My name is Sarah Malel. I am the Deputy Speaker of Wazingishu County Assembly and the MCA representing Kimumu Ward. I would like to pose a question to the political parties. The level of preparedness, at what point in time, who audits the political parties' expenditures? Because as women, we should not even be complaining here today, or for how long is Kenya waiting to achieve the 2/3 gender rule if the political parties are not being forced to implement what the monies that they are being given from the exchequer that are used for what purposes? Or at what point in time? We are only 8 months to the party primaries, maybe early next year. And you don't see any political party that is earning money from the exchequer going to the ground, sensitizing the youth, sensitizing people with disability, sensitizing women, and preparing those electorate for women, for us to get more women in the near future. So I would like the political parties to tell us how many times do they audit political parties on how they spend the monies you are giving them from the exchequer. Secondly, is the Electoral Commission. I would like to know from the Electoral Commission the level of violence preparedness yenye sioni Electoral Commission wakikuwa on the media all the time to make sure that they stand firm as early as this. We will not sit watching things being brewed slowly. It is being brewed pole na hapo mbele mutashindwa kumanage. Tunataka kuona IEBC from this point in time wakianza condemn political violence that are coming up, na kuhakikisha ya kwamba tuko na background mechanism ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba tunarudisha hiyo temperatures as early as this. Otherwise msipotuonyesha makucha yenu saa hii mambo itasonga.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. Acha tu katiba mwisho tena, hakuna mwingine wa mwisho. Wacha tuanzie pale kwa Judy. Let me start with Mheshimiwa Miki because she had some things to respond earlier as you give your closing remarks.
Sure. Thank you very much. I had two questions. one from the Honorable from Homa Bay County, and I think an encouragement from Honorable MP Zamzam. To start with the Honorable Member from Homa Bay. This really wasn't an interview on my achievements or my aspirations. So just because I did not get to speak about what I want to do or what position I'm going to does not mean that I want to remain as an nominated member. I vied. Just because I failed does not mean that I do not aspire to be greater or to have a better, to be in a better, an elective position. And I think you must have been one of the people that I was speaking about when I said you go around talking about salaries, that we are adding the same salary. You know, your money is not supposed to be used to take care of the electorate. So at what point does it matter, or do you feel the need to even mention how much we earn? That is not supposed to be used for your campaign issues, right? So you encouraged me, and I thank you. As a nominated member who vied, I'm still interested to up my game, and I actually want to tell a member of parliaments around Kisumu to watch out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mickey. Judy, as you wind up and you're thinking about what needs to be done between now and the election so that women can be able to participate better, as you close.
Thank you so much. My closing remark is, as long as there's a woman, it's not going to be easy. So as women, we have to start now. Let us not wait until elections are tomorrow. That's when you start running up and down and start blaming people that are not supporting you. I sit in the Education Committee as the Vice Chair. I was in the forefront to spearhead on the Bursary Act, the Bursary Amendment Act 2025. I've spearheaded the SGBV Act in Kwale County, and I've done so many projects. So I've always tried to make sure that I'm relevant. I have substance. I'm valuable. That's what I'm working towards. And again, let us also support female candidates who are there. Let the male candidates or let the men in the house be the champions for these women. Let's have speakers who give women chances to participate, giving them platforms that elevate the women from where they are. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mpige makofi. Bwana Justice, is the judiciary ready for the 2027 elections and other questions that you are dealing with as you close?
Okay, let me start with the questions that I was asked. First from Senator Murigi. On the issue of impeachment, my answer to that is very short. It is a question pending court. I think the best we can do now is to wait for the court's judgment on what impeachment entails in law. The law does not allow us to discuss it when it's pending for determination. Sorry? There is no way I will discuss the impact of the issue of impeachment without reference to the issues that are being raised before court. So let's just hold our horses. Our courts are going to give us a judgment on that, and we shall go by what the court says. The speaker from the County Assembly of Bungoma asked about goons and being given cash bail. The Constitution presumes that everybody or anybody who has been accused of any crime is deemed to be innocent until he is proved guilty. The Constitution goes further to say that everyone accused is entitled to bail pending the hearing and determination of his case. That's why they are accused, yes, but they are also entitled to bail because that's what the Constitution says. Our courts, we only apply and interpret and apply what the Constitution says. We cannot deny them bail and proceed as if they are guilty when the Constitution itself said that they are innocent. My closing remarks, as I said, we are all in this together. The institutions concerned, the IBC, the judiciary, state and non-state actors. Let us work together to make sure that we have good and acceptable elections in 2027. As I said, we have some of the best legislation in terms of elections in this country. If we are just to do what the law says, then we shall have less and less of disputes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Judge. Frank, as you close, are you okay?
I have no more comments.
Thank you very much. You had a closing remarks?
Yes.
Okay.
I come from a background of student leadership, and I was lucky to have been mentored along the way. What I would like to encourage other female leaders herein and out there is to ensure that you attach yourself to another female leader, or even if it's a male leader who aligns with your values, so that you can learn a thing or two before you start. There are several things that we already know that you're supposed to prepare yourself with or arm yourself with before you start, but I think it's really important for you to be able to have some mentors and a support system before you get into this. As they've already said, it's not a very polite terrain, and you need all the support and all the knowledge that you can get before you start. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now to the registrar. I had spared the registrar for some time because he had quite a number of issues he needed to address. Address them as you make your closing remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mle. Thank you very much, honorable members, for the questions. I really want to appreciate the comments from the honorable member from Taveta. I think that's a very good encouragement. Kulikuwa na advertisement nyingine kitambo ya Kiwi. Ilikuwa inasema hebu jitokeze, simama mbele ya watu. And I think that is our encouragement to our ladies. Jitokeze, simama mbele ya watu. And these things will work. Now, I want to tie a few questions together. The ones that related to funding of political parties and the regulation of the same fund, and probably whether there is any audit that happens to that. First, I want to say that I think my brother Mkwanja did give you a breakdown of how the fund is distributed, and that is based on the votes garnered by a political party after elections. It's based on the number of SIGs that are elected in that election, won by that political party, and is based on the number of members, all the members elected in that election. Now, that distribution formula locks out some parties in terms of funding. So not all the political parties actually qualify for funding. It is only those who qualify on the basis of having elected members at the different levels to the different houses of representation. In terms of how that funds go down to the parties, it is also given a description of what that money can do. And part of that description is the empowerment of the SIGs, which means the men, the women, the youth, and people with PWDs. And of the overall funding that a party receives, it doesn't matter, because they receive different funding depending on that criteria. But overall, on the funding they receive, 30% of that money, not less than 30%, should be used on empowering youth, women, and PWDs for all those parties that receive funding. That is a requirement that they have to adhere to. So the question is, to what extent then do the parties actually use the 30% of that funding they receive to actually carry out that empowerment of the PWDs and the women and the youth? And I think that is an aspect that we as an office are fast-tracking to get monitoring mechanism, which we do. They provide work plans for what they need to do with that fund for the rest of the time, every financial year. The money is public money. And so all the political parties that receive funding are audited by the Auditor General. The Auditor General audits all the books of political parties that receive funding and give a report to the Office of the Registrar every financial year of the status of those political parties. What we do then is that if a party then gets a report that is not good, like a disclaimer, for instance, then we actually summon the party and give them that detail of what they have fallen short in terms of being able to use that fund prudently. And if they do not comply, then we will freeze the fund for the next funding cycle. So in terms of having measures, I think we have measures to ensure that the funding is utilized. But what I can say is that there is now a move to try and actually go down to the roots and find out whether the actual implementation to the SIGs is done. And of course, as Mkwanje also mentioned, we do not have a lot in terms of spread of our offices. We only have about 12 branches now across the country. That means we cannot be able to actually monitor the 47 counties, for example. But that is our intention, that we actually devolve, so that at least in every county, we have a representation for us to be able to closely monitor the activities of these political parties. But in terms of their giving account, they are being held account by the Auditor General based on the documentation provided to them. Now, do we need to increase probably the funding, as one of my panelists recommended? Maybe we should increase it to 40% in terms of the SIGs, the women and the youth and the PWDs. And my answer to that is, I think that is something we can think about. But for me, I think we first of all need to qualify the need for that increase. Do we feel that the money already given is doing what it's supposed to do before we can then say, let's increase it to a different amount? I think that will give us a better understanding of achieving more from the fund than just increasing the fund for the purposes of increasing it. The other issues I think have been mentioned about gender representation. I won't go back to that. Let me answer the question of our honorable member about the registration of political parties. I think we have tried to expand the access to registration of members to political parties, apart from the *509 hash, which still has a little bit of steps that could probably discourage somebody from finishing. And we are working on minimizing that, so that there are very few steps you go through before you can either resign or join a political party. So that doesn't take, because part of that has also come from the Gen Zs, because they don't have a lot of patience to go through the whole process. So we're trying to work on that. But we have also provided two other avenues. One is you can do that from our website, ORPP, or we also have a e-citizen platform, which the members of the public can use to that. There was a question about minority. I don't know if I'm a specialty in this area, but I want to say that representation in terms of minorities, in my understanding, I think if, for example, an area of a certain dominant group, the minority will be those that are of lesser representation in that area than the major group in that area. Now, that area could be a marginalized area, for example. I think there's a difference between marginalized and a minority. So you can be in a marginalized, but a minority may be a different group because of their representation in that location. And so that then presents a different dynamic in terms of then how do you get the minority, who may not be a minority when you look at Kenya in general, but in terms of that area of representation, that location, they become a minority in issues of representation. I think based in terms of the questions, I don't know if I've skipped any, but I think I've addressed those that came to my desk. Really allow me to say, I think in closing remarks, we need to be more honest with ourselves as Kenyans. That, I think, is my starting point, because I think we are very dishonest. We say things we don't mean. We speak one thing and we do the exact opposite of it. And as we move to the next general election, I have been saying this, that we cannot wish away the role of political parties. Political parties stand at the center of how 2027 will turn out to be. And that is a reality that we have to speak to ourselves and agree, how do we want to fashion it? When we talk of goonism, there are no people from the sky who have come to bring goons. It is us. When we talk of violation of our own rules in nomination processes of political parties, it is just us. And so I think we just need to be realistic and speak to ourselves and say, we want to embrace democracy from an individual level. Because some of these things have to do with integrity. And I've always said, Mulia, that integrity has no levels. There is no integrity for small people and integrity for big people. We either have integrity or we don't. And I think that's a question that all of us in the parties, and even those that are outside the parties, need to have. And then thirdly is that the political parties have to realize that the political parties are public institutions. To the extent that you give us a representative who will run this country as a president, a representative who will run this country as a member of parliament, it is a public institution. And it is important that the public participate as much as possible in the affairs of that political party. But the challenge, flip side to the public, is we cannot participate in the activities of political parties if we are not willing those political parties and actually participate in making change from inside. Otherwise, thank you very much, Mule.
Thank you very much, Registrar. And finally, and not least, in terms of the conversation, we'll have the Commissioner herself speak to some of the issues that have been raised, but most especially in your parting shot, how prepared are we for the 2027 election? I think people are asking themselves those questions. You've had some issues about there is brewing violence, there's a question of political party, which the registrar is talking about, and people participation, and just basically mistrust in these electoral processes. How prepared are we, and from where you sit for the 2027 as you close? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I've enjoyed the conversation and listened to the comments. This is a very rich forum to also harvest ideas on what we can do going forward. But let me start with the question about violence. And I think I highlighted when I was speaking that one of the impediment of any candidate is when violence, even if it's a man, if violence is brought on board, then the field cannot be fair to anyone. But it's also true that it affects more women than it affects men. One, IBC alone cannot deal with this matter. It's a more stakeholder approach. First of all, we have the security agencies that have to come on board, because IBC is given security by the state, and the officers who are given to us, they become electoral officials. I think the first start is to work with the state agencies that deal with the security, and we have a collaboration and a candid conversation about this, because after the by-election, when we saw those pockets of violence, I think we came together as actors in the space to do the evaluation. And everybody saw where we had gaps and what we really need to do. And we are working closely with the police, all the infrastructure of our National Police Service, through a program we call, we collaborate, including registrars there and the judiciary and everybody, on security arrangement program, ASAP, where we are going to train all the security officers and work together and plan, have a Marshall Plan on electoral security. And I think it should start this year so that we are collaborating and talking together. But one of the issues, and I agree with the lady who spoke last, is that we must all speak about it. One of the issues to deal with the matter is actually to condemn and speak against it and speak about it. When we keep quiet and we do not speak about it, then it's like we are accepting, and from where we are standing as IBC, it will not be business as usual. We are going to condemn violence, and if it is proved it's you who is causing violence, it's one way you lose your candidature. It's one way which you can be disqualified from becoming a candidate. So it's good to know that the politicians and any person who can be used to perpetrate violence actually is held personally liable. And if the violence is perpetrated around a candidate, then that candidate cannot continue participating in election. It's one way of losing your candidature in terms of participating in election. So my brother who was saying that we are not biting, the law gives us the powers to bite. And the highest penalty is actually you go to jail, and for IBC you actually get disqualified from being a candidate. So, and we are going to talk about it. We are not hiding away. We have been talking about it, that we cannot continue waiting that violence will be perpetrated during election. So, what? Now, we cannot bite if the electoral period is not with us, because we have the law that allow us to start. For example, and I will tell you, there's no law that tells us that we find a person perpetrated violence right now. We are not in an election period. Election period starts when the Gazette happen and the campaign period or that. This one, then we are working with NCIC. Hiyo ndio itakuja the NCIC. It's also good to know electoral space has many actors. It's not only the electoral commission. For example, hate speech. We have the NCIC. We have the police. Because any violence is actually criminal, even as you start, whether it's electoral violence or not. So we have to act, all of us, and allow. But when it comes to election period, which is gazetted, that is when IBC, the code of conduct, start operating. And that's when we are called on board, or during the by-elections and everything. So let's talk about it, and let's condemn, let's take action, let's have people who even come to give witness. One of the other issue, when you require a witness, you cannot fight. Because somebody is afraid if I come and witness and say so-and-so perpetrated violence, the judiciary will tell you, you prosecute on evidence also provided up to the end. So let's talk about it, let's condemn it, let's also, as especially politicians, detest from it. Just to say that this time we are not going to participate in anything that will cause a breach of peace and violence specifically. I think that was the main question. In terms of preparedness, as Mule, you ask, IBC is busy preparing for the next general election. You can already see that we are in earnest registering voters, because a good election starts with a credible voter register and inclusive voter register. We are finishing the enhanced voter registration of the 28th of April for a whole month. As per last Friday, we are at 855,000 Kenyan people who have registered afresh as registered as new voters. Then we shall announce the next result on this Friday, tomorrow. Then we see how the numbers have grown. But we have seen a good uptake of voter registration. We are also preparing in terms of ensuring that we get the right funding so that we start the procurement of the critical materials. Then from there, we are training, we are recruiting, we are doing all the things that really lead to good preparation for elections, including documents and legal reforms, which we are working to ensure that Parliament will pass the law just in time so that we are able to review our materials and train people. But generally speaking, Mule, let me say that this time round, we want to be very clear that elections is for the people, it's not for IBC. Please do not abandon the electoral process with us, yet it is for all of us. It's for all Kenyans. So let everybody hold their stick. If you are a voter, vote. When you vote, then you have made a decision, then you accept results of the decisions that have been made by the voters. Because it's the voters who are making the decision, it's not IBC. IBC only count votes that have been brought to us. And this time we are very clear that it is very participatory and inclusive. So you shall check your votes. We shall have the portals. We shall have the portal, public portals where you put the resort forms. Let the public even calculate what is happening. But we cannot say that anything going wrong, then you blame the IBC. It's like blaming a midwife when you give birth to a boy or a girl, yet it is you who have given birth. So the best thing is to take the results as you have produced them. The leaders you produce, please accept, and then we support them. Because it is the voters who are actually really bringing on board the leaders. So we request that this time, let's also talk about acceptance of results, election results. And finally, on the pet subject we have been discussing about women, from the conversation, I think we still have very many issues to tie around. First, I think we must accept that women are disadvantaged. As we speak today, they are disadvantaged. We are talking from a disadvantaged point of view, so that you don't blame the victim, that the environment is not supporting them, so that we create the environment that actually support them to lead as women. I do not think we want to transform women to be masculined. We want just to lead as women. Wacha nitokee tu kama mama, niongoze kama mama. I don't have to be tough, to be hardened, to be this. I just want to be given a space, which the environment where I can just come up as a woman, because it's complementary leadership. So I think we do not need to masculine the space to the extent that a woman feel I have to be masculined so that I can come out and have the space. We need to just be around the environment so that we lead as women, and men lead as men, so that we have complementary leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Ann, the registrar, and all the panelists. Before I ask you, we take a round to applause a very prominent panel. Let me just say 3 takeaways for me. One is just what the commissioner has spoken about. We still have a problem with the issue of women. And therefore, we must have better pathways. We must all be prepared to create better pathways for effective participation of women in our electoral processes. I think that's very clear. Second takeaway, that interspersed in the conversations that we are having, the question of political hygiene is still an issue that we still have to deal with. Whether it's the political parties, whether it's from the voters level, whether it is from just how we are carrying out our activities, the level of sobriety or lack of it that we have in our environment, it's a big issue. And last, that elections, again, as the commissioner said, belong to the people. And the people need to work. It must be a concerted effort of the people and their institutions. So that, as the good judge Nga at the other end said, in terms of respect to the institutions, including the judiciary, we must work all together. As the commissioner said, it is our baby that we are bearing. And therefore, all the institutions and agencies in between, we need to support them to ensure that there is a good delivery of the processes that we have. I want to end it there. We have taken a lot of time, and I want to thank my very eminent panel from the far end, Mheshimiwa Judy, Honorable Justice Nga, Bwana Frank Kwanja, Mheshimiwa Miki Ochieng. We had Felix Odiamo from Elgia. We have the ORPP Registrar, Bwana John Cox, and then we have Madam Commissioner, Dr. Ann Deritu, who made the first initial presentation you are reacting to. I want to thank you very much. Please join me in thanking this very eminent panel. And with that, I want to hand over back to the MC. Bwana Nimrod, najua nimechukua mkati mwingi, lakini tumeshukuru.
A round of applause for our moderator today, Asante Sana. And may I please request that we take a photo op right in front. And as we do that, I'll be requesting the Sergeant at Arms to put the podium back on so that we can begin our closing ceremony. For our panelists, immediately after the photo op, I'd like you to join us here and have your seats on the left side of this hall. Asante. Asante sana, makofi kwa tena. We really thank you for your time, thank you for your insights, we will take it forward. On behalf of the organizing committee, I'd like to officially welcome you now to our closing ceremony. We only have 3 items, then we can say our goodbyes, and I hope you had a really, really wonderful time. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite one of our partners that played a very critical role in organizing this forum this week. It is an organization which is a political foundation closely associated with the party of Christian Democratic Union of Germany, and in European and international cooperation, its efforts. They work with people to be able to live self-determined lives in freedom and dignity, and they make a huge contribution underpinned by those values in order to help the people across the world in their growing responsibilities throughout the world. They have encouraged a lot of their partners they work with and clients to lend a hand in shaping the future along those lines. And they are in more than 120 countries in the world, making them a unique factor and a contributor to the promotion of democracy, the rule of law, as well as the social market economy. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please put your hands together as I invite on stage the Deputy County Director, Ms. Caroline.
Thank you very much. Dear Honorable Scamandra, Honorable Anna Kizunia, and Honorable Sheikh Marwan, and Mrs. Lorna Lozeran. Dear moderators and panelists in the summit, especially in the last and our previous panel. Distinguished guests, honorable members, distinguished partners, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Let me start by thanking the previous speakers for their remarks. I think you really captured the key messages. As we conclude this important session on gender, responsive planning, preparedness, and risk management in the electoral process, I would like to sincerely thank all of you for your active engagement and thoughtful contributions. Today's discussion has made one thing very clear. Elections are not just about processes, they are about people. And unless those processes are intrinsically inclusive, there is reinforcing existing inequalities. Gender-responsive electoral planning is therefore not an option, it's a necessity for credible, peaceful, and democratic outcomes. We had a very practical discussion on gender-responsive planning, risk management, and what readiness actually means in the current context. And one message kept coming back. It's not enough to have women in the room. What matters is whether they can influence decisions and processes. What I'm taking away from the summit is really 3 simple points. First, we need to make gender considerations part of everyday legislative work. Not an add-on, but something that shapes laws, budgets, and oversight. Second, we need to move from discussion to action. The ideas and commitments from the summit should translate into concrete steps at county level. And third, this is a shared responsibility. The progress on inclusion and equality will only happen if institutions, leaders, and partners all work together. And let me add this, we have the same discussion in Germany, and I think we are talking about it all over the world. People has to work on it. At Konrad Adenauer Foundation, we support this work because we believe that strong democracy are built on inclusion, participation, and equal opportunities. Our engagement in this summit is grounded in 3 key commitments. First, strengthening democratic institutions by ensuring that legislative and electoral processes respond to the realities of all citizens, especially women and marginalized groups. Second, supporting women leadership, not And third, promoting dialogue and partnerships, recognizing that sustainable change requires collective action across institutions and society. As Konrad-Adenauer Stiftung, we are committed to continuing this work with you, what means supporting democratic evolution by promoting inclusive participation and accountable leadership. This summit is not an end in itself, it is a stepping stone toward concrete action. Thank you all for your engagement, your openness and your contributions over the past 2 days. Especially, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the County Assembly Forum, all partners and participants for your dedication and your active engagement. I wish you safe travels and all the best as you take this work forward. Sentini sana again and Nina Fuaka, Kuwa Nanini Hapa.
Once again, a warm round of applause for Ms. Harry Anga. Asante sana. And now for the communique on summit resolutions and the way forward, I'd like to invite on stage the Honorable Elizabeth Dalila, who is a member of the County Assemblies Forum, Executive Committee member, representing Nyanza, and also a member of the County Assembly from Migori County. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Lord. Good afternoon. Allow me to write in the protocols that were already established for this meeting today and read to you the communique from this 6th Legislative Summit. The 6th Legislative Summit held between the 13th to 16th April 2026 at the Sapphire Hotel, Mombasa County. The 6th Legislative Summit brings together stakeholders in the demolition sector. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th Legislative Summits were held in 2016, 2017, 18, 19, and 2025 respectively. This summit brought together all members of county assemblies, speakers, senators, members of National Assembly, constitutional commissions, independent offices, ministries, departments, and agencies. Development partners, civil society, private sector, the media, independent experts, professional bodies, pension schemes, and technocrats from the public service. The participants had the occasion to share lived-in experiences and achievements, opportunities, challenges, and gaps identified by the legislatures, and made proposals on the way forward in line with the summit theme, which was resilient county assemblies for enforcing representation, legislation, and oversight. Move on to the preamble. Aware that Article 1(3) of the Constitution of Kenya delegates sovereign power to Parliament and county assemblies to perform their respective functions under the Constitution. Acknowledging the national values and principles of good governance under Article 10 of the Constitution, which bind all state organs, state officers, public officers, and all citizens. Emphasizing that the mandate of the Senate under Article 96 of the Constitution is to protect the interests of counties and their governments. Noting that Article 185 of the Constitution vests legislative authority in county assemblies to make any laws that are necessary for or incidental to the effective performance of the function and exercise of the powers of the county government under the 4th schedule. Acknowledging the pivotal role of the County Assemblies Forum in coordinating the 47 county assemblies of Kenya. Emphasizing CAF's mission to provide effective leadership and coordination through policy and legislative action, thereby promoting a conducive working environment for all its members to ensure the delivery of quality services to the people. The Legislative Summit now resolves and recommends as follows. And I will probably ask you to pay more attention to this. As pertains to the General Session 1, which is unlocking public financing for child care, addressing legislative representative and oversight barriers. 1. The county governments and state departments of children's services need to legislate county child care laws. County-level stakeholders, in consultation with the State Department for Children's Services, should enact county child care legislation and policy framework that define child care as a public good and essential service. Further, develop child care protection policies that include children from the age 0 to 3 years old who are not provided for in the early childhood education legislation before close of the financial year of 2025-2026. They should integrate childcare into development planning. Childcare should be formally included into county development plans, starting from county integrated development plans, CIDPs, and annual development plans, ADPs, to budgets. Third, they should increase funding for child care services. Governments should progressively increase allocations to meet the recommended global best practice of 1% of GDP for early childhood care and 10% of national education budgets for pre-primary education. The role of the County Assemblies Forum. CAF to coordinate a capacity building program in partnership with the relevant stakeholders to sensitize members of county assemblies, MCAs, on their role in legislative oversight, specifically regarding child care services and fiscal risk monitoring. 3. Data and statistical agencies. CAF to establish a devolution database in partnership with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to address data gaps and provide county assemblies with disaggregated reporting to identify baselines for child care funding. As pertains the general session 2, which is strengthening legislative oversight to enhance service delivery, counting more than money, oversight that delivers for citizens. 1. The control of budget. In partnership with the County Assemblies Forum, the controller of budget should develop a system where the county assemblies can have real-time access to county budget execution data. 2. The Office of the Auditor General and CAF. CAF to negotiate a formal memorandum of understanding with the Office of the Auditor General to ensure that performance audits are not only submitted but are accompanied by a simplified legislative action guide for PAC members to facilitate immediate oversight action. In partnership with County Assemblies Forum, the Office of the Auditor General should develop a framework for institutionalizing audit recommendations from the PAC and PIC. CAF and Auditor General's Office should organize targeted training programs for PAC PIC committees on financial oversight, audit report analysis, and legislative work planning. The Senate, in partnership with County Assemblies Forum, the Senate should develop framework for institutionalizing peer learning between Senate and County Assemblies, standing committees for effective oversight and service delivery. The role of CAF therein would be that CAF designs a comprehensive performance management plan and guidelines to evaluate the performance of county assemblies. As pertains the General Session 3, which is affordable housing and urban development, county assemblies' role in Kenya's housing transformation. 1. The Affordable Housing Board. In partnership with the County Assemblies Forum, sensitize the members of the County Assembly of the legislation on affordable housing. 2. Affordable Housing Board will ensure that county assemblies are involved in the oversight of affordable housing projects. 3. The board to ensure establishment of the remaining 7 as pertains General Session 4, which is strengthening governance and financial autonomy of county assemblies for sustainable development. 1. The Office of the Controller of Budget, with CAF support, the Office of the Controller of Budget, in partnership with CAF, to support county assemblies in the establishment and operationalization of the County Assembly Fund. 2. The Senate should fast-track review and subsequent amendments to legislations. For instance, the Public Finance Management Act 2012 on percentage to be set aside for the County Assembly and redefine the scopes of development in the Public Finance Management Act. 3, it should fast-track the passage of the County Assembly's Pension Schemes Bill 2024, County Wards Bill 2024, County Governments Amendment Bill, Intergovernmental Relations Amendment Bill 2024, and the Public Audit Amendment Bill 2024. As pertains General Session 5, towards a fair and inclusive elections, gender responsive planning, preparedness, readiness, and risk management in electoral process. 1, the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties and Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, which is in abbreviation the ORPP and IBC, to enforce compliance of the Political Parties Act with gender-balanced nomination list. The said office should expand civic education programs focusing on women inclusion as well as youthful women and marginalized communities in leadership and elective positions. Institutionalize gender-responsive planning across the entire election cycle, pre-election, election, and post-election phases. This is signed by our chair, Honorable Seth Kamanza, who is also the chairperson of the County Assemblies Forum and Speaker of Kwale County. Thank you for listening.
Thank you once again, the Honorable Elizabeth Alila. And now for the adoption of the resolution, please allow me to invite on stage the Honorable Emmanuel Situma, the Speaker of Bungoma County Assembly. Karibu.
Thank you. Allow me be able to write on the rate established protocol. Mine is very simple. It's to invite a proposer of the communique, and then a second of the same that we're able to have adoption be done. Can I have a proposer, please? From this side. Yes, let me have a lady. Honorable Jemion. Give me a mic, please. So, gender, I'll be having a lady from this side. So, prepare ladies, please. Legislative Summit. Can I have hands in support? Can I have hands? I now put a question that this House adopt the communique as proposed and as seconded. As many as that will be the aye. As for the contrary, be the nay. Ayes have it. The communique is adopted accordingly.
And now for the closing remarks, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to invite on stage the Honorable Ann Kiusia, who is the Deputy Chairperson of the County Assemblies Forum and also is the Speaker of the County Assembly of Machakos. Karibu sana.
and better service to wananchi. As we live, let us carry forward the spirit of cooperation, consultations, and coordination. The future of devolution depends on strong institutions working together while respecting each other's constitutional mandates. County assemblies, parliament, national institutions, development partners, and all stakeholders must continue to work together to strengthen governance and deepen devolution in Kenya. Let me also emphasize that resilient county assemblies must continue to support and strengthen their own collective institutions. The County Assemblies Forum. CAF remains an important platform for unity, advocacy, capacity building, and collective voice of the 47 county assemblies in Kenya. On behalf of the County Assemblies Forum, I extend sincere appreciation to all who have made this summit a success. I begin by thanking all the county assemblies for their participation. Then commitment and continued solidarity with the forum. I particularly wish to recognize the invaluable contribution of county assembly staff, especially the sergeant-at-arms and public relations officers, whose dedication, coordination, and behind-scenes support greatly contribution to the smooth running of this summit. I also wish to most sincerely acknowledge and appreciate our development partners who have supported this summit both in cash and in kind, namely Kidogo Early Years, CPF Group, GIZ, Kenya County Office, and Conrad. Your partnership and support are deeply appreciated. And they demonstrate the value of collaboration in strengthening county assemblies and deepening devolution. Finally, I wish to thank the entire CAF leadership for the role they have played in making this summit a success. The Executive Committee, I sincerely thank you, led by the chairperson of CAF, that is the Honorable Seth Kamanza, Speaker of the County Assembly from Kwale, the Governing Council, the CAF Secretariat, led by the Chief Executive Officer, Madam Lona. Your leadership, commitment, and tireless work have made this gathering possible and successful. May the insights shared here, the resolution adopted, and the commitment renewed during this summit guide our work in the days ahead and inspire stronger, more resilient county assemblies in service of the people of Kenya. I wish you safe journeys back home and to your respective destinations. I thank you all for your valued participation. And with those few remarks, and on behalf of the County Assemblies Forum, I now have the honor to declare the 6th Legislative Summit 2026 officially closed. Clap for yourselves. Thank you for being part of the summit. May God bless county assemblies. May God bless devolution, and may God bless the Republic of Kenya. Thank you.